Hello everyone, so welcome to the project about the animation in Autodesk Maya. What we'll be mainly working here and what is our goal here is to learn how to use the different plugins for the different types of the animation, or to create the same animation using the different types of plugins that we have inside the Autodesk Maya, different settings. When it comes to the Autodesk Maya 2016, since we will work also at the 2018, but most of the projects are at Maya 2016. We will work on the Bifrost, so we'll create the liquids from here. We will work on the bullet and explain how the active and passive rigid bodies work, and also we will explain how the rigid set works. We'll work on the effects. We'll use the shatter effect and how everything from here actually works, so the solid shatter, crack shatter, surface shatter, and what's all about. We'll try to go for the nCloth too, and try to explain how you can create the same effect as from the shattering, and same effect from the combination of bullet and the shatter to the nCloth and the shatter. So you have two different ways you can create the same basically animation with a little bit of changes and a little bit change in the quality. We'll work on the fluids, we'll work on particles, we'll create the fire effect, the explosion, the smoke, the tornado, and so on. Most of these are actually just by simply creating the first one. So for instance, if we create just the fire, from there I will teach you guys how you can actually turn that fire just simply into the smoke effect if that's what you want, and how you can just tweak things up from there. And also we will work on the stylized effect. We'll use the technique of the planes and how you can actually animate the planes so they represent the stylized sword effects, such as the fire or the smoke or the ethereal. It really depends on what you want. And by doing that, basically what I'm trying to say here is that we will actually be having some of the design to do. So we will have a few projects where we will actually design and create a few meshes just so we have something to work with. But mostly that's what we are going to do inside the Autodesk Maya 2016, and Autodesk Maya 2018 will be used for the also Bifrost. But unfortunately at the Bifrost here we do not have the actual boss plugin that comes only in 2018, so we will be using the boss plugin in Bifrost in Autodesk Maya 2018 to create the waves and to show you how we can actually create the water effect inside the Maya. Really simple and yet really cool and really great looking. So I'm really excited about this project. I hope you guys will enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the first session. And hello everyone, so in today's session what we are actually going to work on would be the fire effect, in other words the fire animation. So I already wrote down to me a few attributes, actually quite a few attributes that we want to fix on and keep an eye on when we are working. So when it comes to this effect, there is quite few different ways you can actually create it, and I find the most easiest one to work from the actual objects. You can choose either one that you would like to use. I prefer to use the torus shape, so I can just use that and call it an fire base, something like that for instance, and that will be pretty much it what we want to work with it from. So the first step is to create a torus. So before I actually start, what you want to do is also create a 3D container. So this is basically what we are actually going to work this whole effect from. So it's going to go from the actual fluid section, so everything is in fluid. We won't use the particles in this case. We will just be using the simple fluid and work with the effects around that actually. And also there is one important thing that we actually want to change, and that is the emitter. So if you open up actually the outliner, you can see at the fluid that you actually have this fluid emitter over here. We want to delete that, and the reason for that is basically because we are actually going to create the emitter from the actual object that we created, and that's the torso, this fire base that we actually have here. So also at the fluid I can change it to fire, so we can just call this a fire base and a fire just for the easier recognition. Then what I would do is just go for first changing the fire shape. As you can see, there's the size, so this is important part. You guys don't want to change the size by using the R tool, the scale tool. You want to change the size actually from here, and this size really depends mostly on how big this torus actually is. So for instance, if I would create this part bigger, you would have to work then with this grid lines in that way. So what I will do now is just go for a radius. For instance, here I can just change it for like, I don't know, maybe 2, and that would be the size for my fire that I want to use. And now basically what I want to do is just go for changing the actual size over here. I would go for maybe something like, I don't know, 6. Yeah, something like 6 would be good. I'll just go 6 by 6, so it's again the square. And at the height I want to change it, I don't know, maybe 8 or something like that, nothing really much. And I want to place it about here, somewhere over here like that. And I want to change the position of this fire actually too, so I'll just push it a little bit up. And oh, sorry, just give me a second to fix something up. Oh my god. Okay, so that would be pretty much it. Now that we've created a 3D container, we created the size and the shape basically. What we want to start working on would be that emitter. So as we deleted the one that we actually wanted, we can now use this fire base and fire together to actually create, by using this add added content and emit from object. And basically what this does is creating that emitter that we actually deleted at a new position. So now it's starting to emit everything that we had from the fluid inside this object. If we just play it right now, you can see that it actually starts going out from the actual object. And that's basically what we wanted to do, as at least for the first part. Okay, so now that we've created this, we can start working on with a few slight changes at our actual fluid. So basically, if you just go for this content details, you can see here there's really a lot of different options that you can affect here. For instance, we can change the buoyancy. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that actually. So it's about, for instance, a much higher value, I don't know, something like this. You can see the difference now if you just use this as the speed level, how everything goes. Now we are having this problem, for instance, with a cubic shape, so we don't want that. We want the fire to actually be spreading out and to not have any real problems when it comes to this. Basically the way we can change that, let me just check it out. I believe I actually wrote down this, yes, so it should be up here somewhere. Yeah, it's over here. It's at the container properties. So basically the first panel that you have here, you have these boundaries at a X and at a Y. At the X and the Z you want to place it none, and the boundary Y you want to place it on minus Y side. And the reason for this minus Y side is because we actually want that boundary to be at the bottom, so we don't want it to be anywhere else but at the bottom. And now if I go and play this again, you can start seeing the change actually, and it looks pretty good, but still again we are not quite there yet. So what we can do now is start fixing the other parts of this basically whole animation. So as you can see, there is a turbulence and velocity, and these two parts are actually really important when it comes to the fire. So if you look at the fire and the way it goes, it has a lot of turbulence, it has a lot of twists, it is a really dynamic sort of a shape that is creating itself. So what you want to do is use this velocity swirl and place it really on something higher, and immediately by just doing that you can start seeing the change. Now we can notice that actually everything starts to well, how can I say, basically everything starts to actually disappear real quick. So what we want to use also would be the turbulence, and we want to change the turbulence frequency to about 6 or something like that. We can change even the strength to about 1. And now if I play it again, you can start seeing the differences basically, but it's not quite there yet. Now also know that the reason why this is in really low quality for now is because my let me just see, yeah, here it is, the base resolution. This really affects a lot when it comes to the main detail and the main way this whole animation looks. I don't really prefer to place this really at a high level while I'm working for these tests and just trying to figure out what actually could be. So if you for instance place on 20 and play it now, you can start seeing the details just right, and that will be just enough for me to actually see what's going on, and from there I can actually start working a lot further. So yeah, that will be pretty much it, the first part what we want to work. Now what we can start off would be just changing some of the parameters actually at this this emitter that we created. So as you can see, oh sorry, so basically as you can see, there is also quite a few changes that we can add here. There's really a lot of changes that we can add here, but what we want to work on would be especially this fluid drop off. So for the fire, we don't want that to actually be existing at all, so we just want to change that to the lowest as possible. Okay, the reason for that is basically because we don't want to have any drop off of this fluid while it goes, and you can see it now as I created it. Actually it starts to form a little bit better, a little bit nicer overall, and it starts to look much better as we work with it. Now as you can see here down, we have this fluid emission turbulence, and that's also some part that we actually want to work on. So as you can see, what I can work would be the turbulence speed and the turbulence itself. So I could go for instance at the turbulence, I can place it on about 10, and let's see what will happen now. So as you can see now, this turbulence starts to create really nice shapes. So I can leave it at, I don't know, just go for a random, for something like 7 would be just fine for a first part, for just if I can say just like a starting point, and from there we can actually start working with a little bit more on the rest of the actual turbulence. So what I want to do and what I want to work on here for now would be, let me just see if there is anything else that I want to, basic parameters. Okay, that looks pretty good. Emission, volume, I don't think I want to change there anything. I could change the heat and density, but I don't want to do that for now. I just want to follow some sort of a order where I want to work actually with everything. So what I could do is just go for a fire again. I believe I can change first things around here before actually starting with anything. So now as you can see, we're done with the density, some changes, we're done with the velocity, some changes, we even worked with the turbulence. But what else is really important here when it comes to the fire is actually this temperature. So if you open this temperature tab, you can actually see that there is quite a few changes that you can add, but unfortunately for us now it's locked, and the reason for that is basically because temperature is off here, and what we want to do is add that option also. So this option, just place it on dynamic grid and it will immediately add you an option to actually start changing everything inside this temperature process over here. So what you can change, for instance, is again the buoyancy. You can just go for something like 20 for instance, And you can even change the temperature scale to about, I don't know, maybe 4. And let's see what we get now. It's really just playing with the numbers, but for now you can see that actually everything starts to look now a lot better than where we started. And that's basically what we wanted to do now when it comes to that. Also, what we can work on would be this dissipation. Now you can work on that either from density or from temperature. For instance, if you just change it here at the number 1, let's just see what actually is happening here. So you can see now that actually we are working now on the dissipation on the temperature, and I'll just bring it back to 0 so you can actually see 0.1, sorry, so you can actually see what's the difference when I add that dissipation here. For instance, again, let's place it at the 1. So you can now see the difference that actually is happening, and basically you can just choose where you actually want to place it. I'll just go for dissipation here at the density and leave it for there. I will maybe just even place it on a higher level, something like maybe 2. Now what I can work on would be the heat and actually the density again. But now where we want to work that on would be this fluid emitter actually. So as you can see here now, as I pull down, like I told you before, you have these fluid attributes, you have this density, you have this heat, and this again, I mean, heat basically itself tells you that it's connected practically to the fire. And what I wanted from heat is to place it on something a lot higher than where it is at this point. Also, the density, I wanted to change it. I can go for the same number, and let's just check out what we get now. As you can see now, we're starting to see that filled fire effect or fire animation that we actually wanted. It's starting to look pretty good now. But of course there is a few things that we actually have to change again. So for instance, at the turbulence, I could change the speed. So as you can see, basically the fire is really quick, it really goes really fast. So basically what you want is a lot more speed on the turbulence, so it actually starts looking just a little bit more realistic. Then of course, let me just see what we can do besides from this. I can go maybe for fire. I want to go to actually the fire shape. Okay. Yeah, here we have at a temperature actually the turbulence, also the turbulence channel for the temperature, and we want to actually place that also higher than where it is at this point. So as you can see now, if I just change it really high, it will start affecting really different. I want it to be maybe something just a little bit higher than where it actually was, since this is really just the temperature. And basically the turbulence is something that you want to add on more or less every channel that you're actually able to connect with. So besides from that, I believe we've now created a pretty decent animation over here. We can just so we can create actually the difference between the smoke and the fire, we can just now start with the shading process, and after that we can just work on a quality process overall for this whole animation. I'm just checking out now if everything is placed right. Just before actually I decided we can go further, so let's just see if this is all fine. Okay, I believe that is actually pretty much it. We can go for the rates over here. So for now, let's just see how this would affect. So now as you can see, basically this is now spreading really a lot more. That's what you can work on if you want to. But I'm actually pretty satisfied with the way this looks. What I would do is just maybe go for this fire base, and I would just hide it so we can actually be able to not see that that whole piece over there. Fluid emitter will still be on, so it really doesn't matter. So yeah, this now starts to look pretty good. We have even that jump at the start, so as you can see this jump over here, and then it comes down and starts to just keep that position until it's finished. So that's pretty good. I would just probably go for 200 over here, just so we can actually have a little bit more just a little bit more frames we can work on. Okay, let me just see if there is anything else. Now basically, as for the most of the actual other animations, there's a lot of tweaks that you can work with around this area, so you can just play with the numbers and everything. But let's just see what we got for now. And before actually starting with rendering and everything else, what I want to do is just go for closing this all up and going for shading. So we want to work on the shades actually a little bit more. Now this is really important part, actually, this one and the lighting area. So what you can do is, for instance, you can add a self shadows over here, and what it will do is basically just add a few shadows. As you can see, basically you can see it even from here. You can now start seeing that actually starting to work together pretty fine. So you can add either a self shadow if you want for some better effect and a little bit more effect when it comes to the shadows. Then what you can work on, and this is basically where all the magic happens when it comes to the actual colorizing, is this part over here. So as you can see, there is this color that is actually constant. So if you just change it, if you change the color, you can just tweak everything. For instance, I can place this one over here, I can just go for something darker, and immediately you can actually start seeing the actual colors from here inside this whole piece. So if I just now play everything, you can start seeing this whole animation now, and basically how everything starts to work together. So that's basically what you want from color. If you just change this, for instance, I don't know, if you just change it to all the way dark, you can see what's basically starting to happen. Yeah, the colors become from the gradient that we actually are using are becoming a lot more visible. But I don't want that for now. This looks pretty good, so I'll just leave it for now here, just for the preview that we can actually see what's happening. So the next part, the next section that we actually want to work on, also, if you want to, you can just go for a smooth over here at the color. I wouldn't recommend that there. I would just go for a smooth at opacity, so you can just now start seeing a little bit differently everything here if you want to. It just looks pretty fine, and even for the low quality, this looks pretty good. But we won't stop at that. We want to actually fix this first color. So the way we can do that is by just using this arrow over here, and this will allow us to open actually this basically gradient that we actually use from here. And now, as you can see from here, we can work on this whole color setting that we actually want, and this is really important when it comes to the basically the whole look of the actual animation. So what you want to do first, this is the fixed number that I found. It's basically the number 5, and the number 5 will actually give us really a lot better color at the end. Now obviously this is not in the rendered preview. Also, you can go for maybe if you would like to, you can go for a different render setting over here, so you can just see what's happening a little bit nicer. But pretty much the final result you will see when you start actually rendering everything out. So if I just go for changing these colors, you can now start seeing the difference basically between everything. And now here comes a really important part when it comes to this. I can just delete this part over here. As you can see, as I push this further away, this basically affects the whole piece. So what I want to do is create this different parts that will actually go around this whole piece together and create that nicer look. And by just doing this, you can basically see where you're actually starting to affect everything. So I can now just go for this part. I can just create something over here. So this is just the shading process that you can actually work on from here. Now you can see that I'm starting to get that pretty volumed up pretty nicely. What you want to do probably is just create this everything a little bit darker, so you don't want this to be perfect. As you can see, this part also affects a lot, so what I can do now is just create a little bit more darkness at the edges at the top. And now, as you can see, by just doing this, I've created some sort of a flame for now that I wanted to actually be used, and I can leave that for now here the way it is, and I can check this out the way actually it looks. So in order to check this, there's a few different ways you can do it before actually checking everything, if everything is actually good, and so on and so on. What you want to do is just go, if you want to, use this texture in condensance. This will help you with do not use the texture opacity. The reason for that is basically because it'll this will be really low in quality of seeing everything. And now, as you can see, I'm starting to look actually at everything, how everything starts to flame up together. Let's just keep going with this. So now it looks pretty good. I can leave it at about frame 32, just so I can render the image first and check out how it looks. So also, what you don't want to affect is the color and opacity. What you want to affect with this texture is incandescence. This will just give you a little bit more of the detail. Opacity, if you want to, you can go for smooth. I do not recommend this since we really want this to be visible. Also, you can go for this whole opacity channel over here. You can just basically push everything down from here, for instance, and what I can do now is just create a nicer image overall. So let's just leave it like this. So now, as you can see, I'm starting to create that lot nicer look at the end of this whole animation. I'll just leave it now to be rendered at about here. So this is the place where I actually want to start rendering. I'll leave it there, and let me just see if there's anything else I want to change over here. Pretty much not. Now at the textures, you can use the opacity again. I said, as it really depends on you and what you want. This is the part that we will actually check through the render. What I want to just change is a few actual things when it comes to, let me just see, I think it's an emitter, but I'm not sure. Let me just see if there is anything that I want to change over here. Then it's over here. Where dynamic simulation, yeah, this is where I want. I always forget where this is. Okay, so guys, what we want to change here is a little bit more on a quality setting. So what you want to do is this high detail solve. You want to place it on an all grid. The solid quality, basically you can work with this the way you want. I find this 200 is just pretty fine. It works just well with everything, so I just leave it at that. But you can work with it again. Like I said, you can work with that the way you want on your own. You can go for this damp if you want to. Just push it up or down. It really depends on you. You can use this even auto resize, but I wouldn't recommend it for this particular animation. Let me just see if I have anything else. Yeah, I have this simulation rate scale. I can change that to 1.5, just a little bit higher. It's nothing really special, as you can see, but quite better yet. And now you can start seeing that actually just by changing this, our actual dynamics over here are starting to change too. What I can do now is go for a base resolution, and I can change this really a lot. I wouldn't recommend to go really high on this, since as you can see now, everything changes. And basically if I just play this animation, it will take quite a time to actually just go through this whole piece together. But you can start seeing actually these details now a lot better, and just by doing this I can actually see what I want to change in this whole animation. So for instance, I don't like this yellowish parts over here. I'll just leave it to go to the render about 40, and then I'll change just that little color over there. So we can just work with the color now again and just fix things up over and over again. So I'll just I can even just stop pretty much here. Yeah, I can actually stop over here. So what I want to do, let me just see what I want to do. Fire shape, I want to just go back to the shading, and I want to go back for this panel over here. As you can see, we have this white area here that is pretty good covered, but now we're having these parts over here too that we want to just change in a color just a little bit more, just a little bit darker basically. Also I want to change this color to something more like I don't know, something more like this. I can just work with this. Actually the area at the top actually has to go like that, and I can create another one over here that will actually create a much nicer detail. So I can work with something like that, and for the yellowish part we can just go for something pretty much like this. Okay, that would be pretty good for now. Actually, just one more change I want. So I want actually to be a little bit brighter. I can just go for a brighter color now. That's not the right color that I want to use. That's not either one. Something like that. Okay, let's just leave it like this now and start seeing what we are actually starting to have through this whole animation. I will just leave this out of the video for now, this rendering process, just because it will take really a lot of time. Let me just see if there's anything else I wanted to show you just before I actually do this. So yeah, this would be pretty much it. We did the solver, the high detail solver, we did this simulation rate, also we did this base resolution. That's 3 or 4 attributes actually affect the most on the quality of this whole animation, the way it will actually look. I'll just place this for about 100, and I'll now do the rendering process to the 40 frame again. I suppose I'll be going about there, and then I will come back as from the final render, just so you can actually guys see what actually we are having. Okay guys, so this is the render that I've created. I used the mental ray for this simple render just because I didn't want really to wait much when it comes to the rest of the renders. So basically, as you can see, I did not change anything, and this is basically what we are actually getting with the settings that we actually used for our model. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm really in love with this. It looks pretty good. There's slight changes that I would obviously probably add. For instance, let me just check it out, what I could probably change. So let's go for the fire shape. Actually, it's a shading problem, so I would probably, you see this little lines over here, this is that part. So we can change something here. For instance, we can go at another of this one, so we can just create a new this part. Let me just create another one. We can just place it over here instead of this one, and we can just have double of this same color, and that would immediately change what I'm actually getting as a result over here, and that would basically fix that small problem that I'm actually having with that. And I believe besides from that, I wouldn't really change anything. That would be pretty much it. Obviously you have to work a lot more on the density, on turbulence and everything else, if you want to actually create something really high realistic, and even to use it maybe for CGI or something like that. But I will show you just now. I believe we can just do another render immediately. So I'll just go for, like, I don't know what position actually I should take. Let's just enable this wireframe so we can actually see what's happening and what we will actually be rendering. So let's say that this is a good position. I'll just render it now again, just so I can show you guys actually what I mean by doing this, and I'll just show you what at the end you're actually getting. Now obviously, like I said before, if you want to change this, if you want to just create something ultra realistic, you will have to work a little bit more on dynamics. So you'll have to work a little bit more on the way the density goes, on the way the actual colors are set. Now as you can see, I fixed that problem with the color actually, and this starts to look like a nice fire of explosion or anything. Like, it starts to look really good. I could change if I want to. It really depends on what exactly fire is. So that really is the thing that you actually have to think of before actually starting. As you can see now, my render is finished. So basically it really also depends on from what the fire started. So if it's for instance some sort of explosion, you want this curvature to be like that. If you want if it's something also thinking about what fire actually you're creating before you're working at the same process. But this is at least showing you how, guys, you can actually work on the fire effect. It's really simple, it's not that hard. Yeah, it really has quite a few tweaks that you can actually work, but most of the parts that really will bring this whole animation to life would be just this color section, the shading processes over here, the lighting, the textures. And for the movement, basically it's all in turbulence, density, and velocity and heat, and that's it pretty much. And that's the only thing you want to check out if you want to change anything. I will show you now. I'll do the full render of this whole animation. I'll place it back at the end of the video just so you can actually see what animation is and how everything turned out at the end for me. And that's basically it, guys. If you want to change anything, I explained you how you basically can. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Okay guys, so I've rendered out the animation and this is about how it looks. Let me just minimize this like that. Okay, so let's play this on repeat. Now I did not render this out fully. I thought it would be great to show this whole process of rendering this for, I don't know, for production or for gaming or whatever in separate project. So this is just to show you guys how actually the movement is looking and what is the final result basically. And as you can see, it pretty much follows the fire. We are having here at this point some nice windy sort of effect, and it looks pretty good. Now this is a really basic render. I just did a quick batch of what we've created just so I can see with the pretty much low light and everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So now you can see what you're getting at the end. In the next project I will work on the actual render for this and the full settings for rendering this. I use the Arnold, as you can see, and that's where we will actually work on with this whole animation. So I hope you guys enjoyed once more, and I'll see you guys in the next session. Okay guys, so welcome. As you saw from the title, today what we were going to work on would be the animation of the tornado. Now this is really a little bit of well, I wouldn't say a complex really animation, but it has really a lot of tweaks and what we want to do before you actually get even close to an goal that you want. And there's also a few things that you should know about tornadoes first and everything. It's pretty basic, so you should just know the rotations, the way everything functions when it comes to the rotations. Also, you should know that basically tornado is always from the two parts created. So one that comes from the clouds and or wind, and the second part it comes actually from the ground area. And such a small, basically those small things you should just keep an eye on when you're actually creating this. But no worries about that, I will just show you now exactly what I mean. So let's just get started, let's just get into it. I don't really feel like the talking much will help you, so I just wanted to actually start on with showing you, and as we go through this I will actually explain what's happening. So go to your front view, and the first thing basically that you want to do is just go for a creation. You can also go for a renderer and just change it to legacy immediately. It will just be a little bit nicer and easier for us to just check out what actually is happening. So the first thing that you want to go is just go for a curve tool, and you want to just select this CV curve tool. So the first thing that we want to create would be just the shape of this whole tornado effect that we want to create. So I'll start with I don't know, about this position over here, and I'll just basically push this a little bit. Actually this was a little bit too fast, let's just go a little bit slower. So I want to just create that nice path all down here like this, and I want to finish it off at about the same position. So I'll just start curving it down now like this. And basically let's say that this is now finished. What I would do is just go for these vertices and basically just fix them up a little bit, so we can just say that it's now closer to the actual part that we've created. So I'll just push things around a little bit with these vertices. So the vertices tool that I'm using now will help me a lot with this. It's something like that, probably pushing these ones out and in a little bit would help. So we don't need a perfect line, but just something like this that'll actually hold everything together. I can just keep this band over here. Okay, so this will be pretty much it. Now we've created this line. What we want to do next would be just creating the actual, let me just go back for where am I? So I'll just go back for a modeling panel over here. So basically what you want to do now would be just creating this whole shape from just this line, and the way we're gonna create that is just by going to surface and just clicking this revolve. And as you can see now that I've used the revolve, basically I'm starting to get that shape for my actual tornado. So now what I want to do is just keep this part of the scaling a little bit on. So I just want to change things a little bit with the vertices, nothing really special, but yet some tweaks that will just create a nicer look overall at this whole point. Now let's just go back. So just keep scaling this a little bit, even pushing things in actually, maybe a little bit more. So I can actually place it like that, and I can use these ones to actually push them in. I can even go for these ones at the middle and just scale them all together like that. And now as you can see, this would be pretty much the first shape that we will actually be having for our tornado. So what we want to do next would be just by going to actually just fix this whole this basically whole part before we actually start with the particles and everything else. So the way we're gonna do that is by actually going for a surface, and we want to just go for this rebuild option. And now here what we want to affect, as you can see here, the minimum and maximum range for U and V would be just by this 40 and 80. We don't want that, we want to change that by the spans. So I'll just use the spans from here, the numbers from here, and actually place them over here. If you just click apply now, what you will see now is everything is back on 0 to 1, and that's the effect that we actually want to be using. So I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so the next thing that we actually want to work on would be starting off with the particles. And the way we're going to do that is just by going back for my now front view, and let me just check it out now. Yeah, so I want to go for FX, and I just want to go for end particles. Yeah, so from here what we want to do, also I recommend you just to open that outliner just so you can actually see what's happening easier. It will be just a little bit easier for us, for we'll be actually jumping from one object to another a lot, so basically this will be just helpful. So now what you want to do is create 2 particles. Now the reason for 2 particles actually would be pretty simple. So this first particle, like I said, what you should know is that actually there is a part from the ground. Let me just go for a wireframe now. You can see this particle over here. So there's a part that comes from the ground and going all the way up, and there's a part from the top and going all the way down. So this is basically why these particles are here actually. And now if you just change this lifespan over here for not 50, for 500 or something like that, just something a little bit bigger, you can now see that if you just play it, there is particles that are actually working. So this would be the first one, this is the second one. They are actually working, but not in the way we want them. So we want them to go around this whole basically shape and just have the shape of the whole tornado. So first thing we want to work on would be that. The way we're going to do that is actually by just going for first the particle. So we just want to select the particle that we actually want to use and go for a surface that we actually created. And now what we want to do is just go for this end particles and click on goal. Also do the same process for the bottom one. So click on the particle and go for surface, and again just go for end particles and go for a goal. Now you'll see the effect basically immediately. So this is the change that we are now actually getting. Now our particles are actually starting to just work a little bit more in the way that actually is happening all over this tornado shape that we created, but it's not quite yet there. So we want to just change a few things. I'm sorry, now I actually wrote down everything that I wanted to say just so I don't miss something out and everything, you know. So I'll just keep looking for my actual reference here and just see what actually we want to go for. Now yeah, there's one important really part over here. So what you want to do is just, as you can see, there is basically really a lot of different options over here, but there is something called goal, weights and objects. This is really important to be turned off immediately. So goal smoothness is basically what you want to turn back on the 0. Also you'll do pretty much everything that we do on one particle you'll do on another 2. What will this do now? As you can see, basically now everything starts to attach pretty much to just these vertices and everything that we've actually created inside our actual shape, if I can say it like that. Okay, so the next thing that we want to work on would be just this few little if I can call them, just a little tweaks about this particles. So we want to go for a collision, for instance. Now some of you might have the self collide on. You want to turn that off, and you want to just go for a collide and turn that off too. So I'll just go back now for a boat and just collide, turn it off, and now as you can see it starts to work a little bit something like, let me just see if I can just, yeah, so now it works just a little bit more like an Christmas lights on the Christmas tree. So yeah, that's basically what we wanted for now. Okay, so there is now a few more things that we want to change, and it also is at the particles. I'll just start from the number 1 and then I'll go for number 2 also. So there's, as you can see, really a lot of options. I'll just close this, and now there is this per particle array attributes. If you just open this now, you'll see there is a few quite a few actually channels that you can be actually affecting on while you're working this. And now this really comes in to understand that through this tutorial I'm just going to actually show you how you can create something close to actual maybe your goal, but obviously it depends on the quality that you actually want to achieve. You will actually have to work a lot more on these all attributes such as density, I don't know, turbulence and so much more. But now, for now, as you can see, there is quite a few channels, but there is some that are missing and that we actually want to affect. So what you want to do is just go for general, and you want to go for a particle. At particle section you can see all sorts of channels that you can actually add over here. So there's really a lot of them. And since we use the goal option for this whole basically particle, what we want to use is actually these goal U and goal V. So we want to just add those two to our box here. So I'll just go for an add, and now as you can see, basically they are added over here. Now I want to just go for the second particle and basically just add it over here too. And now that we've done this, basically we are starting with some pretty simple, pretty easy coding that we want to do. So basically you can do it from number 1 and number 2, it doesn't matter. So basically what you want to do is now go for a goal V, go for create expression. And now as you can see there is really a lot of boxes. You don't want to really work on any of these. You just want to do this copy over here, and you want to just basically place this over here at actually this is, yeah, so basically just this name, selected object attribute, so basically just this name and goal V. That's the only thing you want to actually affect on. And basically what you want to do now is just type in rand, so it's equals rand, and in the box area over here just 0.0 and 1. So this code just goes inside over here, just create it. And as you can see there is an expression over here. Now we want to repeat this process actually to this V section over here at the particle 2. So I'll just now copy this name from here. I'll just go for rand. This basically means random 0.0 comma 1, and we're just going to go for create. So this is the first part now basically done. What you can do from here is basically just go for this goal U and create a ramp. So we just want to do that, and now we'll see if there is any actual effects on this whole piece. So now as you can see, our particles are actually starting to go from bottom to the top, and it starts to look pretty good. There is still a lot of different changes that we obviously have to add, but for now this looks pretty good. So we'll just keep it up with that. So now what we want to do is just work a little bit more on this whole parts over here, basically on all of these attributes. I'll just go for a lifespan. Basically what you want to do here is just place it on something pretty random. So for instance at this point what I would use is maybe I don't know, 4 by 1, something like that. So the lifespan would actually go from 4 and lifespan random would be on 1. I can just go for that same values over here. I can just place them on 4 by 1, and that would be pretty much it. And now if I just play it again, we can start seeing the difference that actually happens when it comes to the speed of these particles coming in through this whole piece up. And that looks now pretty good. There's a few particles messing around over here a little bit. I will see if I will actually work on them and fix them because I actually I'd like to create some more chaos when it comes to the tornado. So we'll just leave it for now like that. Also one thing that we can change from here, let's just go first for particle 1. So as you can see there is a few options. I'm looking now for here. So for particle size, and basically what I want to place this on would be just number 1. I'll just go back for my second and just place it on number 1. Okay, so this is now pretty good, but now there is one problem that we haven't fixed yet. So we fixed basically the movement of these particles and everything, but what we did not work on would be just that two separate pieces. So these two particles are actually still going in the same direction, same way. So if I just select them, they're actually just going from the same point A to the same point B, and that's what we want to fix now. The way we can fix that is by actually doing some changes on these parameters over here. I will just start from particle 1 and just go back down here for this goal V, just create another expression. So just go there and now go for a runtime after dynamics. Copy this name again and just type plus equals dot 015. So this is basically the whole code that you actually have to give in over here. So now you can go for create, and you want to do that for the particle number 2 too. So now I'll just go for runtime after dynamics. I'll just place this and I'll just copy everything from here. And now, as you can see, I'm just going to create it. You can now place this over here if you want to. So as you can see, there is a runtime after dynamics. You can just place it over here and work it from there. You can just basically do whatever you want. But now, as I've added these codes, you can start seeing the difference just a little bit more clearly when it comes to the movement, but we are not quite there yet. So now what I want to do is actually go for a particle 1. So this particle would, let's just see now where we will actually place it. Maybe we will place it on the bottom, maybe on the top, we'll just see. So for this particle, what you want to do is just go for a gold U, and as you can see, there is this ramp that we added. So at this point, what you want to do is just go for these options and go for edit ramp. And this point, you'll see there is again really a lot of different options, and only thing that you want to do is just actually delete this gray area at a middle and push these parts on a separate actually on the separate sides. So if it was white to dark, set it to from dark to white without the gray color over here. Also, what you want to do is just click on this this little box over here, basically, and this will take you for this array mapper. At this point, this is really important actually. At this point, what you want to work on would be actually the positions for the whole how can call the whole particle area. So what we want to do is just place this back on 0 and place this one at 0.5. So this would be the position for our actual particle number 1. And if you just go for a particle number 2 now, basically what you have to do is just fix things with that array mapping again. So I'll just go for gold U, I'll just go for edit ramp, I'll just go back over here, and now here we want to work a little bit differently than what we've done with our actual positioning. So we want to just place this now also at 0.5. So this minimum value would be 0.5 and this would be 1. And as you can see now, what will this do is actually, if you just look at this now, it actually changes the positions of particle number 1. So it goes at the top and it should be ending at the middle. And at the middle here, you can actually see now that our particles are starting to merge together like this. So now this is basically what we wanted from our whole model. So as you can see now, everything fits at the middle and everything comes in pretty good. So we'll just leave it like that for now. It looks pretty good, and that's the part now of fixing the actual positions of these whole pieces together over here. Also, did I change the size, the particle size? Yeah, I did. I did not forget that. Okay, so now here comes the part where actually we are starting to work on something that will actually fill this whole tornado effect. So particles, basically the first thing that we've done is by the curves creating the shape. Then from the shape we actually created the movement using the particles, and now what we want to work on would be something that actually will be following that movement, actually that will follow that whole path that we've created with these particles over here, and that will be done by the fluids. So what you want to do now is just go for a fluid and create a 3D container. Now you will get something like this. I believe this is exactly what you will get in case your options are left at the default. So the base resolution, as you can see, is at 10 for me, and there's quite a few things that you can actually work on here, so I'll just leave it like this now. Once you create this 3D container, there is a few things that you want to change when it comes to this whole piece. So first thing you want to do is enable an auto resize option. So let me just see where this actually should be. There it is. Okay, sorry. So there is this auto resize attribute that you want to add. So it's the fluid shape. You just want to click here, add an auto resize. We'll later on check out on how much exactly it should go. For now, if you can see now, what happens here basically is that this particle starts to work, but it has a problem, and that problem is basically that it's not connected really with this whole piece together over here. So what we want to do is just connect this fluid actually to our particles so they can move together along with everything that we actually did. The way we can do that is by using this tool called the add content. So basically what I want to do is now connect these three parts, the particle 1, the particle 2, and the fluid that we actually created. So the way we're going to do that is by just going back to the fluids, and as you can see here, there's an add edit content option, and there's an emit from object. This is what actually we want to use, so I'll just use that now. As you can see, there is quite some changes now happening over here at the translate, and now if I just check this out, you can see now that actually this animation starts to work pretty good. Now it's not quite done yet, it still has a few fixes that we have to create, but we are starting to get there actually by using this fluid. So before starting anything else, what I would recommend you guys to do now is just use these particles and actually create a cache for them, just so you can just so you don't have to worry about this whole process, don't have to render everything from number 1 to number 200, 500 actually, constantly. So the way you can do that is really pretty easy. Just select this end cache over here, this end particle over here, sorry, go for an end cache and just create the new cache from an object. Now the fluid is for the actual, obviously, fluids, the particles and everything else goes from the end object. You can leave this name pretty much over here. What you want to add is just leave this at time slider, and that's pretty much it. You don't want to change anything else. Replace existing in my case, since I've already had one. And now what I'll do is just leave this for actually to be finished when it comes to the actual caching, and I'll just get back to you guys. Okay guys, so now basically just did the end cache for both the particle 1 and particle 2. Now I'm back. Once, as you can see, it's basically all finished, and now as you can see, everything works together pretty fine, so I won't be having to render everything again from number 1. Okay, so now that we're done with that, there is a few things that we have to actually change at the fluids. Let me just place them back in so we can actually see them. I just hidden them for while this was caching. So what we changed for now basically was just this actual auto resize. Let me just see where it actually is. Auto resize. So we can place this, I don't know, for maybe something like 3. We'll see probably to this, place them a little bit higher for this margin over here, but we'll leave it at 3 for now. Let me just close that down. So there's quite a few things that we actually want to change while we are working here, and what I would change, at least in my opinion, for me, is just change this base resolution. This basically works on the quality of everything, so it's not smart if you don't have really good equipment to just go really high for the test renders, for the testing of this whole animation. So I'll just go for something like 20, maybe even 30 actually, and trust me, this will also be too much for my actual rendering. As you can see now, everything started to change, and it started to be really hard for my CPU just to process everything smoothly, but I'll leave it like this, since this will be really the quality that will start to look at like something actually when we are working with this, so I'll just have to leave it like that. Okay, so there's now like I said, a few things that we want to change. So the first thing that we want to work on would be just these fluid emitters. So as you can see now, we're having actually these fluid emitters over here. Basically what you want to do is just use these ones that are actually in use. This first fluid emitter is not actually in use in any case. You can work with that too if you want to, but I'll just work with emitter 2 and number 3. So first thing that you want to change basically here would be just the density overall. So as you can see here, there is quite few things that can actually be changed. There's a speed method, there is volume shapes and everything. So yeah, basically this is what you can work on. And there is a turbulence now. As you can see, there is you can even emit a fluid color. There's really a lot of different attributes that you can use when you're working with this. So let me just check out what where actually density is. So it's an add density at I'll just go for 20. At the density vortex voxel per second. I'll just go for number 2, and also change this to number 20. Now there is something called, and let me just check it out where it is. Yeah, here, a fluid drop off. So as you can see, there is this part over here that you want to change also to number 1. I'll just go for like something like this. Now just for showing you, you can actually change everything over here. Also, I'll just go for here on density. Okay, so that would be pretty much it for now, what we wanted to change, except yeah, I want to add actually the turbulence also for this whole animation. So I'll just go for adding a turbulence just a little bit over here. And yeah, that is pretty much it for now. I believe that I wanted to change. What I can do now is just go for this basically all the way back. I want to take this now, whole piece, and I wanted to change the rotation actually at the x-axis for 90. So this is basically what I want to create. So now everything starts to work a little bit differently when it comes to the actual render of this animation. So you want to just change this rotation of this box, fluid box, basically on a 90 on x-axis. That would be it when it comes to this. Now I want to work on just a little bit on a shape and everything. So what I'll do now is just go for this fluid shape here, and now there is also a few modifications that we want to work on. As you can see, there is really a lot of them. Let me just see where actually, yeah, so here it is. As you can see, there is a viscosity. There is also this dynamics that you can change. For some people, the fuel can go also for the dynamic. I use these especially for the smoke effect if you want it. So I'll just leave it for now, but that's also good to know that actually that works pretty fine, pretty well with everything. Before starting with that, what we want to work on, let me just find where actually this is. Content oh, okay, here it is. So content details. So now this is the part that we actually want to work on. So here at the density is most changes that we'll actually work on. So first thing that you want to change is this density scale. So we're just gonna place it on a 1. Dissipation will be at 10, I believe, or something like that would be pretty fine. Also the buoyancy almost 0 to 0. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I prefer to set it on 0, but you can just tweak this a little bit. Now this is the part where this whole attributes changes that we are actually creating now is the part where you actually really have to work on in order to create something that you actually desire. I'll just place this by the fix, and you can just work either with this way, or if you don't like it, you can just change it to some different variations of numbers if you'd like, and so on. So now that we've done this, what I want to do now is pretty much just check it out, if I can, just a little bit. So now, as you can see, everything starts to merge a lot bigger with a lot more density in, and everything will start to merge together at close to the center. So this looks good for now. Let me just close it down. So this doesn't really look that bad. I can go for now my actual smooth preview out of wireframe and actually see what's starting to happen. I can just even go for this whole piece over here that we actually created. Also, I can just hide this curve also too, and we can now just see what actually starts to work here. Now this is in pretty low resolution. It will look a lot better once it is rendered and once I hiding up the scales and everything. But for now you can see that actually rotations and movement are starting to go pretty well with one another. So I'll leave it like that. And what I want to work on the next, let me just check out what I want to work on next would be just clearing this cache that we actually created here. So you can just go taking these particles that you've created and just go for delete cache. And now basically let me just check out if I've done everything correctly, but I believe now there's pretty much done everything that is needed. Yeah, the only thing that is left is for the emitters to be changed. So I just want to place this emitter rate for particles per second to just be a lot higher. So just go for back for both of these emitters and just place it on some higher, a lot higher number of 100. You can just use 1000 or maybe 2000. It really depends. We'll see through this whole process. Just I find the 1000 just about right. So what we want to do now is basically go for the fluid, and let me just check it out. So the fluid emitters is what I want to work on. Let me just check out what actually, is there anything that I've left before we actually do something? Yeah, so we want to add a distance. So we want this actually emitters to use the distance while everything is working together. So let me just see here the basic emitter attributes. What I want to do is use this distance, and pretty much you can either leave it like at these numbers for now, or you can change if you would really want to. I would just go for maybe minimal distance and change it to 0.5 because I don't really want the high difference between these two numbers. So something about a half would be just pretty fine. Then what we want to do is just work this for each and every. So we just want to use the distance for every actual particle that we've created. So this is pretty good. Also, let me just check this out. So this is 2 emitters. This is pretty good. So yeah, these two are now working together fine. The first one is not usable. So let me just check out if there is anything else. Like I said, I had to just write everything down before actually starting to work with everything. So yeah, there is now pretty much everything when it comes to the attributes over here. What you want to do now is basically just give this back up. You can even maybe delete this curve since you won't be using it really, and you're not using it at the moment. So you can just go and delete that curve also. So yeah, what we want to do now is basically just go for the front view. I'll just go back for the wireframe, and now what we want to do is just create this nice spin-off as additional detail for our whole this scene that we've created, and we'll do that by using actually again the CV curve tool. So I'll start about here, and what you want to do is try to create this line at about the middle of this whole piece that you're actually having over here, and you can create it about the same at the same scale as both of these. Now you want to just scale it down a little bit like that. You can just go for something like this, and you can just scale it up a little bit just like that. You can even check it out from here. I can scale it a little bit more down. Something like this would be pretty fine. Yeah, something like that would be much better. Now what we want to use It's basically a different now selections that will actually help us with this. So keep selected the curve and use this fluid. So this fluid now has to work with this curve that we've created also in order to create that full shape that what we wanted. Now this is fixed a little bit differently, so go to the FX, go for the fields, and what you want to use is volume curve option over here. So as you use that, you'll start to see that there is some nice spins over here that actually starts happening. So that's pretty good, and yet not quite finished. So what we want to do is now start working a little bit better, a little bit more with this whole curve that we've created over here. If you select it and go for attributes, you can see there is again quite a few attributes that you can work on, and here you can see this magnitude. This is where you want to change things, and this is basically mostly based on what you've created, actually the size that you created actually for your model, for your animation here. So for instance, if I just go for a 20, let me just check it out. Just let me see. I can just go for maybe even higher, for 25, something like this, and I can go for the size. Let me just see. No, we don't want to use the max distance, so I want to now change the radius. Yeah, I believe it's here. Yeah, this is it. So the section radius, we want to change that too. I'll go for something like maybe 20. That, and as you can see now, this is pretty high for my model that I've created, so I just want to turn it down a little bit. 10 is about right. It's almost right. So I'll just go for, I don't know, maybe 12. Yeah, and now as you can see, 12 works pretty great with my whole piece over here. So that is basically what I will leave it at. And now I want to work on actual rotations and something that actually comes from different perspectives from here. So as you can see here, if you just push this down a little bit, you can see this long axis and the round axis actually options. This is what we want to work on, and this will create that spin-off. If you play your animation again, you can see basically not now because I don't actually already done that, but if you play animation, you can see the rotation goes like this from here, from the left to the right. So that's what we want to create now for this. Along the sides, along the axis, we don't want anything to happen, and at the around the axis, there is where actually the magic should happen. And now you will see the difference. If you place it on 10 or I don't know 20, whatever, really, you'll see now this arrow that will show you in the what way would this actually happen. So since our rotation is reversed, what we want to do is just add a minus and go for a -10, and now this rotation will start going off in the direction that we actually want to create it. And now our model is pretty much, our animation is almost pretty much ready. There is that fixed, so this will also affect the speed. So this whole piece over here actually affects the speed of the rotation and everything. If you place it on a higher number, for -50, it will just start working a little bit faster. Okay, that's pretty much it. What we want to do now is again use the nCache. So for the particles again, it'll be good to just create another cache, and this will be done a little bit differently. So we'll just go for create a new cache and just type in tornado. Okay, so tornado created, and now we'll just have to leave everything to be actually rendered out. So I'll guys just now again basically come to you as soon as this is actually finished. Okay guys, so now my caching is actually finished. So my particles are cached and everything's pretty good. So there is a few other things that we actually want to work on before working on anything else. There is really just small changes, nothing really much. So I changed the frames immediately over here. That's what you want to change, so I placed it on 200 by 200. And now what you want to work on is just basically caching for this final piece over here. so we want to cache actual animation, the actual fluid. So now what I will do is just show you quickly how you can cache it. So you just click on a fluid, go for create a new cache, and go now for Maya fluid. When you click this, you want to go for a time slider, and that's basically it. Now what you want to do is just change again the, I don't know, this name to something like animation tornado, and just click on create. Now this will really take some time for this whole piece to be actually cached, so I'll just again go out while this is cached, and after that we'll just come back to see the final basically result. Okay guys, so my caching of the fluid is finally finished, and as you can see, this is basically the final result that I've got. So I'll just go immediately for the fluid shape, add a fluid, and what I want to change here actually would be, let me just check it out where it is. So yeah, it's at the lightning. I want to just add these self shadows just so we can actually see a little bit better what actually is happening at this point. So as I said, I created a little bit bigger, if I can say it like that. The reason for that is because that's the way I wanted it. In order to change this is basically just creating the first shape a lot bigger, and then everything will be bigger and spread it out a little bit more thinly. But you can work with that also from here with a lot of these other options. Now obviously, since there's really a lot of options that you can go through, I won't go with you guys just through everything, but this will be some of the options that you can actually tweak and change, and just to help you in this or through this tutorial to actually start getting a little bit better result than what we already have. So without further ado, let's just get started right into it. So there's a few things that you want to change. For instance, you can go and change the maximum resolution for basically this whole shape here. You can go for let me just see where actually the base, this is the base resolution. Let me just check it out for the maximum resolution where it is. This is not, yeah, here it is. So auto resize, here's the max resolution. You want to change that for, I don't know, a lot higher, something like maybe something like this. So that's it, auto resize. We've already added a self shadow, so that's also a thing that is really good to add. It will just work really neatly with everything. You want to leave the directional light at light type. What you can change here is the shadow opacity. Well, basically what you can do here is just add it for, let me just see, I think I wrote it down actually. Yeah, I wrote it down, so it's about for a 1, so that will be just pretty good. Just adding more shadows to it. Then let's just see what we can actually do from the rest. We'll just go for shading separately after we finish everything else. So let's just see, for damp, for instance, and dynamic simulation, you can go for some of these options over here. So for instance, the damp, you can place something like 0.010. For friction, you can go for 0.09. Let me just see what's actually here. So viscosity can go, let me just see where actually this should go. 0.1. Yep, so this would be pretty fine. Then what we can actually change would be here at the velocity section over here. Since we are viscosity, let's just finish with velocity. So we want to place this swirl at 10, and we want to add some noise, so we'll just add it by 1, so it's something like basically maxed out. Let's see, what else should we do? Yeah, we can work on definitely the solver here. So basically for the grid, for this grid solver, what we can use is this navy or silver, and we can go here for like well, I don't know, maybe for the quality for something like 500. The point is placing basically the higher numbers in order to achieve better results, so that's what we are basically looking for. Then simulation rate scale, so this part over here could be changed. We can just go for 0.5. Let me just see, what else do we have. So we have the high detail solve. We want to go here for all grids. That will be basically it here. Let me just see if there is anything else that I want to actually add. So yeah, boundary draw, we want to place that at none, so we don't want any boundaries around that area. That will basically just make sure that that part is not visible for us, that grid. And basically that's it from the most of the options that I would check out and use. Now we can go for shading. So there's quite few ways you can do this. As you can see now here, this is basically a temperature. So you have the incandescence, the color, the opacity, a few different basically channels that you can affect. Now from the, I don't know, where should we start even? Let's start from from the incandescence. So basically you can go for a center gradient and you'll see what's starting to happen over here. So if you just check it out from here, this is basically the gradient that you will get. You can go for I don't know, different colors. You can go for darker, and by basically just pushing things around a little bit, you can see what's actually starting to happen for my whole model over here. Now you can go for this input bias if you want to, and by just changing this, basically you will change the effectiveness of this whole how can I say, this whole actual color that we added. After adding this color, for instance, if you want to have like some sort of a source that actually puts this two pieces together, you can just use like I'd use this. I'll just hide this actually from here. Let me just see at the fluid, back at the shading. So yeah, then for the opacity, basically what you can do is just go for taking this first one. Whoa, sorry, not that. That was a wrong move. Let me just check out what happened now. Sorry about that. Add the fluid. I'll just go for giving this backwards the way it was, like this. Okay, I'm sorry for that. So basically what you want to do is just push it back at interpolation at smooth, and voila, we are starting to see now real differences at our whole model. And that's basically it, guys. There's not much you can actually work on when it comes to this. You just want to basically watch for these colors, create them as you are pleased. So something like this would be the place where I would actually render this out. Let me just see if there is anything else that I would actually add. Probably something like this, and I would go for this one, and the color I would place it at darker, and I will push it up. I will actually place it on a lot darker. I will just push it all the way down. Okay, like that. That would be pretty good. Now as you push this, you can also see the actual differences. You can just now start seeing the real differences when you just push these sliders, input bias, add up and down. Now also the important part is basically this color input, the way it actually will be inputted inside this whole channel, so you just want to take care of that also. Now if you just change this, basically if I just push it all the way down, you'll see that we are actually now starting to get something like more like I don't know, the clouds mixing together. So it's not really something that we want. We want to create something closer to what we had before, so I'll just create something nice with waves. So something like, pretty much something like this. This looks pretty good. Let me just go back maybe even for 0 just to actually see what's happening over here. At this point it looks also pretty nice. I can go for now changing the colors basically the way I want them. It really doesn't matter, it's really up to me now what I will do next, but it's all about pretty much the colors. Also there's some changes at texture settings, so you want to go for texture color, opacity, and let me actually see. The color won't really affect much, but texture incandescence and texture opacity is what you want to also apply to this whole piece. You can turn off this color, texture color, because I don't believe we actually need it. So from here you can also work now with all these. We can go for instance depth. We can place it on like 4, and let me just see if there's anything else that I want to affect now. Let's see the lights. I believe the actual thing is that we've done pretty much everything that I wanted to do. Render stats, fractions, volume, samples, jitter. That's pretty much not what I want. Yeah, this will be pretty much it. I don't think I actually want to do anything else. I could just probably go for this shading effect over here now, and just since we enabled those textures, I can just now work a little bit more on the way this whole piece should actually look like. So I can just go for something like from here, and now obviously we will have to catch this all again, and then we will be able to check it out. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Let me just push these things all the way in like that. So also what you can work on, you can work now on density and basically everything that you would like to change with this whole piece together. I will just change one more thing, the shading. So I don't want it to be that bright actually. I want this to be actually pretty dark, so I'll just go for something like this. I'll leave this at there where it is. This goes at the density. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'll leave it something like this probably. Yeah, this would be pretty fine for now. This for this tutorial. So okay, that's pretty much it, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Sorry, I went a little bit too off with this. Now I'm just thinking about making this in a higher quality, but that's off away from the tutorial. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. I hope it helped you just at least to know what you're actually what we will actually have to do for creating some animation like this. So I hope this brought you closer to your goal, and as always stay tuned for more nice projects, and stay tuned for the next session where we will actually work on another different, more complex animation. Okay guys, welcome. In this session what we'll actually work would be something really interesting, and that's probably the fact that you've seen really much, especially in this year, and especially in Avengers Infinity War actually, and that's this dissolve effect that everything comes from the solid object to actually the dust. So that's what we want to create now. I thought it would be just fun to show you guys just a easy way you can actually create this nice animation. Of course, you can just go a lot deeper in, especially if you want to use it for CGI or something like that. But I will just show you around the basics of what you can actually do and create that looks pretty good for the rendering and, well, basically for overall animation. So before we actually start with the Maya, what I wanted to just talk a little bit about, and what I wanted to show you before actually working with this implementation of this animation is just how you can actually work with it. So as you can see, basically how everything works is that you're actually having the maps that are showing the motion that goes. So for instance, for fluids, you would use maybe a particle that will create sort of a path where the fluid should go, and this is the same process basically now for this animation, and instead of the fluid we will actually just use the particles. But now for the particles, what we need is actually that same process. So the first thing is that we need the same path to create for the actual particle, so we can see the effect correctly. And also what we need is some sort of motion between the transparency option over here. If you just check out over here, so as you can see now, if I just go select this, as you can see now, this transparency pretty much goes for the whole model. We want to create something that actually goes a little bit different with it. So we want to create something that actually has that coming off from one section to another, just to create a little bit more of chaos. And the way we're gonna do that is by creating actually the alphas and emitters in Photoshop. So I'll just jump into my Photoshop, and as you can see now here, basically pretty much this is the done part. So what I've done is, if I just turn off these layers over here and just push this one down, as you can see here, I basically imported my UV snap. So the way you can create that easily would be just going to Maya. After you're done with the UV editing, you can just go for UV editor. So after you're done with the UV mapping, you want to select your object that you actually want to work on. Now for the tutorial purposes, I didn't really work much on the UV mapping and placement of everything correctly here. I basically just pretty much done the automatic. If you're working with such complex models, more complex than simple shapes, I recommend you just go through all of this and just probably even go for separate parts, so everything pretty much in my case is all together mixed up. As you can see, this is pretty much all just for the blade, and it's a little bit more chaotic, but it will serve well for the tutorial. What you want to do next is just go for a polygon and UV snapshot. Here you will just have this nice little window where basically the only thing you want to do is just find this file position and the file name basically for where actually it will be. Once you're done with that, what you want to go is jump for the actual Photoshop, and here you want to import that UV snap, and this is what you would get pretty much. So this was the only thing actually at the start. The next thing that I've basically done is just creating these layers. So the first layer would be the black one, the second layer was the white one, and as you can see from here, the third one is just this nice line here. Now I'll explain you guys what actually is happening over here. So for the first, now if you can if you just go for instance the layer 2, if I just go now through this timeline, you can see that I've created actually the animation. This is a really simple way of creating animation. Basically what you want to do is just open this timeline once you've created this these actual layers. If you don't have the timeline, basically just go for the window section over here and just find this timeline option and enable it. Then just go for create a new animation or new timeline, I think something like that. And now what you want to do is start with layer 2. Basically the way you can create this is just by opening this little triangle over here and clicking on this position. That's what I've only worked on basically. So click there and then just drag. The first click is over here at the 0 basically, and the second click is basically at number 3. Once you come to the number 3, you just want to push this whole image basically down. As you can see now, I've pushed it basically just down. That's the only thing that I've actually done over here pretty much. Let me just turn this back now just so you can again see this final animation that we are actually getting. And this animation here for the basically layer 2 would affect the actual opacity as the alpha for our actual model. And let me just show you what I mean by that. So for instance, now I would just use, since I will use the actual V-Ray for the rendering, I would just use the V-Ray material. So I'll just create a new material, V-Ray, just, I don't know, call it like dissolve. And basically what effect this gives you now is, if you just go for opacity map now over here and click on a file, you'll of course see that everything starts to miss. Over here also make sure that the actual texture is on. Now if you just go for image name and import this whole animation that I've created, so it's basically over here, I just open it and let me just go back and use the image sequence. Basically now if I play this, you will actually start seeing from random places starting to actually disappear, and that's what we wanted as the first part. As you can see now, basically starts to create this nice deforms over here. And also the way you can create that now is, once you're finished with this, before we start to actually how to create the image sequence, so once you're finished with this, you want to create now the second part, and this is basically that small detail over here. If I just click on that layer 3, this affects basically as a beam. So I just created some nice beam over here as basically the animation that will go for my emitter. So it will just affect the emitter actually, and the way the particle actually goes and comes in and comes out basically, and everything. So it's the same process. Go for again the positioning, and from there goes again at the end and create the position again. So once you've done with that, you will have this nice animation here for the emitter, and you will have this nice actually animation for the alpha. And once we're done with that, what we want to do is obviously export everything. So the way you can export the animation basically, or the video out of the Photoshop, is really easy. So the first one would be this alpha. You just want to disable this layer number 3 for because we don't actually need it, and you'll just go for the file, and from there you will just go for export and go for render video. You will render this as the GPH format. And also in case you're having some problems, actually I will explain you that in the Maya, so never mind. So after you just export this first part, from here you just want to export now the second one, the beam. So for that you just want to let this be visible and turn off the layer 2 now, and do the same process. And after you've done with that, so just make sure that you've placed them in the right position where you want it, so the right folder, and that's pretty much it. You don't have to worry about anything else here. Now that you've done with actually the Photoshop, what you want to work on would be some things over here. Now I found that there is actually quite a few problems that people used to have when it comes to the image sequences. So let me just leave this as the mental ray, as the V-Ray material now, and we can start. So first thing, like I said, is going for opacity map. Now here I'll show you just what exactly some people have as a problem. So as you can see now here at my dissolve, I have the name of this actual alpha, so it's called the dissolve, and I have the number of the frame, and I have the format. Now this is an important part. When you're creating this whole image sequence, what's important is that you actually have this little dot between the number of the frame and the name actually. In case you don't have this, for some reason Maya can't really read this. It really doesn't matter if this is a GPH or a TGA or PNG, really doesn't matter. It's not about the format, it's really about just the way you actually name it. The reason for this is, well, basically there is some opinions that really this is about just the number of these numbers or digits around. So if you're not having this dot, it basically just goes maybe as a 2 or 3 for the Maya. For instance, in my case I have the 3, I believe, yeah, it's 149, so I have the 3-digit number over here. But for Maya, if I just deleted this this dot, it would basically be like something like I don't know, 2-digit, 1-digit, and it wouldn't be able to actually create that whole sequence. And in case you use the image sequence, you would probably get a message here as the node actually does not, the file texture actually does not exist. So that's a really easy fix you can create there. In case you're having some other problems with it, basically what you can do is try to refresh the cache inside the Maya. So you can just basically replace the files for the image sequence.mel, I believe it's called like that, that extension. So you just want to replace it again. You can try even maybe uninstalling. You can try finding if actually all the names are placed correctly. And also what helps some people is actually to go through this file and set project. So some people actually have the problem with this basically because they did not set the project correctly. In case you are having that type of problem, what you can do is just go for a project window and basically create a new project here, and now just type the name and find the location where you want this. All other options are pretty much left at the default. So now that we are finally went through some of the problems that you could actually have with these image sequences and creating this whole image sequence, basically what you want to do now is start off with this whole animation. So I'm sorry for a little delay now, but I just thought it would be really good to explain what else and what also could be the problem in case you're having the problems with this actual material. So now that we've imported our V-Ray material and added opacity map, obviously as you can see now, if I just place it, if I just play it, you can see that it starts to get pretty good. I'll just leave it maybe even to work it all the way through just so we can actually see what's happening. So let's just see. As you can see now, at this point is pretty much enough. As you can see now, my sword actually starts to be pretty much invisible, and that's what we wanted here. The next part pretty much after we've done with this is starting with creation of actual particle. So for that it's pretty simple. We don't want to work actually much on basically anything. Let me just see if I done this. Yeah, so basically what you want to do is just go for FX, go for end particle. And now what you want to do is just use this emit from object, but before actually creating it, you would probably want to go here at these options and just change some little things over here. Actually, there's only one thing that you want to change immediately. So as you can see, there's a lot of options, and what you want to make sure is that your emitter type, you would probably have this at Omni. You want to just change this to surface, since we will actually work with the surface around here. And basically that's it. You just now want to click create, and that's pretty much it. Now we have this emitter coming from the actual cube shape that we created here, or aka the sword, and we are having this particle and nucleus created separately in exact way that we've actually wanted. So now it comes the part where we actually want to work on the second texture that we actually created. So the way we can do that is by just going for emitter. And now as you can see, there is pretty much a lot of different options over here, but what you want to work on, let me just close everything actually so I can show you a little bit easier what we are looking for over here. I'll just turn this all down. So what you're looking for now here would be this texture emission attributes, NURBS and polished surfaces only. You want to click on that, and you see this now particle color and texture rate. So this is part where you actually want to work on. The texture rate is where you will actually place the second emitter, that beam effect that we've created, that beam animation that we've created actually from the Photoshop. So you just want to go for that. You'll just again go the same process as we did for the opacity map. You just want to go now for the file, find the file. Now this, my other file would be at the emitter, and now as you can see, I'm basically having this whole sequences over here. I'll just open it and again use the image sequence. And what is also important at this part is just going back for the emitter. Also make sure that you enable this outliner through this area over here to this panel, just because it will be a lot easier for you guys to just jump through from particle to emitter, nucleus, cube, and so on. The second part important here is just to enable this texture rate actually that we've created. So we want to enable what we've actually created here, and if now I just played this, I don't believe it will actually affect much because we did not add enough particles to actually be visible at this point, as you can see. So we can immediately change that, so we can just work a little bit easier with everything. The basic emitter attributes, you can change this to a really high number, so you can just go for something like maybe, I don't know, 10,000, something like this, just so we can actually start seeing everything that actually is happening at this point. So now, as you can see, I'm actually starting to at least a little bit see these particles over here. Also, it starts from the top over here, so it's pretty good now. There's still quite changes that we have to create. So for instance, as you can see, everything starts, I can even stop this at here, so everything starts to fall down. Now we are starting to get this animation the way we wanted it, but we are still having some problems now with the physique and basically with the number of these particles over here. And also what I can change now that I'm thinking of would be the actual color, so I'll just go for dissolve. Now also for that part, I have still this, so in case you're just, let me just go back for Photoshop real quick. So in case you want to create the actual texture inside of this, you have to make sure that that texture is actually also connected with this whole animation. So in order to do that, basically we'll just have one more layer that will be UV mapped through this layer over here. Let me just place it up. So as you can see now, I would in my case have to go one by one through all of these places over here basically, and just create that whole UV mapping for my texture. And after I've done that, I just basically want to create, I don't know, maybe just a GPH and export it simply without any image sequence. I just want to create a simple image that will actually be used as the actual texture for my model. But in my case, I don't really want to use any of these textures. I want a simple color, so I already created here a few of them. Something like this probably would just be fine for now, at least. We'll see about that. And also what's important is, now that we've created this color here in this way, we can just go for emitter, and we can just go for this particle color. And now you can either do this with inherit color, but you would have to add the attributes for that. So in case you want to inherit a color, what you would have to do is, let me just see if it should be somewhere over here, I believe. Let me just check out where the actual, yeah, so it's add a dynamic attributes, and you want to add a color, and basically just add the attribute. So you can go and add an attribute over here, and from there you can just now go simply for inherited color, and it will basically work the same process that we actually wanted. But what I want to do is actually create it a little bit darker. So this is the lower, I want to create a little bit dark now color for my particle, so I want to inherit this actual color. Also you would use this in case you would let me just turn this, actually let me just check it out. So yeah, now this is pretty good. What I would do here probably would be just so yeah, if you want to use the texture, actually you want to inherit that texture for the particle too, so it actually works together. But no matter that, we don't want to use it. We want to create actually the different sort of color. So that would be the first part. Also while I'm in the emitter, I can just go for a lot higher number. I would go for 100 actually. Let me just check it out. So something like this would maybe be a little bit more suitable for now, at least. And now we are coming to that other section that we actually want to work on, and now this is something a little bit different. So we want to work actually at the nucleus, Once you're opening this nucleus, you can see that there's pretty much a lot of different options, and most of these options are actually connected to the actual physics of this whole movement of the particles. So as you can see here, for instance, the gravity and the wind, this is basically the whole part we'll actually want to work on, and this would be the part where you basically work on the way the gravity would actually go and the way the wind would actually be and the air density and so on. It's pretty much straightforward in what it says. That's what it actually does. So let's just start off with, I don't know, maybe let's just check out really quick something. So we want to probably start off by checking out, also let me just change something really quick here. So I want to change the number of frames at the bottom. I will go for something like 160, and I'll just play this animation again. Basically I just want to see where actual gravity goes. So as I can see now, everything goes to -y, and that's basically now, as you can see, going all the way to the bottom, and that's not what we want. So basically what we want here would be a 0, and I would go for, I don't know, probably changing it at the X or here, and even maybe just leaving this at 1, something like this probably. Let's try this out. So this is now really, most of these parts are now actually trying, and now as you can see, everything starts to go for the top. Also it starts to go at the x-axis and pretty much starts to go at the actual up, so the y-axis. It's not looking bad. It's not really looking that bad at this point when it comes at least to the movement, but we have still to check out a few things. Let me just go for a 0 here and now try again, just to actually see what would happen in this case. So now everything starts to go strictly towards this side, and it would be maybe even better to use it this way, because we will actually add more turbulence and swirl and everything around, so it will actually move this all over the up and down area. So it really doesn't matter, we can even go for this. So this is now basically, as you can see, the starting point. Still not enough when it comes to the number of particles, as you can see, obviously, but at least it starts to look quite like something we actually want. So I'll leave the gravity actually at this point for now. We can go for air density and air speed also. So usually the air speed, you want to place this at really something high. So for instance, I would immediately go for something like 20, and for the air density you can go for something about 3 to 4 times bigger than it actually is. So I will just go maybe for, I don't know, 4.5, something like this, just so we can actually start seeing the actual effect and everything. Let me just see if there's anything else. So yeah, there is a wind direction before we continue anywhere further. So at the wind direction, as you can see now, this is where basically the wind goes and how everything goes. If I just change this, let me just change this to 0, and if I just go for a different position of this wind actually to go on a different axis, so this would be the z-axis, positive z-axis. If I just play it now, you'll start seeing that it actually starts to come in more towards the actual camera if I would just look at it like this. So that's not pretty much what we want. We want to leave this at 0. I would go probably here for 1 and probably change here to 0.5 or something like that, and just check it out now, just seeing what actually this does. So I just changed now the actual side where this whole wind blows this whole particles, and that would be something that I actually want to use. So this looks pretty good. If I just go for, actually, let me just see over here. So yeah, at the front it will basically go in the right direction and going for a top, and that's basically what we want. We want that sort of a movement over here, so that's what we will leave for now. It looks pretty good. Yeah, this would be looking pretty good for now. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to this part, at least for now, until we create the rest of the parts and just see what actually we would work on next. So what we would move forward would be the particle. Now I again repeat, this is basically the whole process in just trying things out. So it's nothing really that is fixed in order to create it perfect. It's really perfect the moment you say it's actually perfect. So it's really just coming all to that, how you can act, how you work with these whole options. As you can see, there's really a lot of options. So something else that we would actually work on would be the turbulence that I said, and where actually the turbulence would affect, and the way it will affect actually is, as you can see now, this is pre-straight lines. So we don't want that. It's actually pre-straight lines without any turbulence. So it's looking pretty modified, and we don't want that. We want to actually create a little bit more of a chaos around this, and the way we can create that is by select this end particle and just going for these fields. And as you can see here, you can add whole section of these different effects for just this particle. You can even create now, as you remember we worked with gravity, you can create even new gravity panel where you can actually work a lot more on just the gravity. But in our case, what we want to use is the turbulence. We'll just add another turbulence over here, and basically from here what we want to work on would be these turbulence field attributes. So this is the part where we actually want to work on. There's a lot of different other options that you can use, but in our case I believe this will be just the only thing left to actually be fixed. So immediately what we want to use is this attenuation. We want to place it back on 0 because we don't need that. And now we want to just play with the frequency and the magnitude. Now when it comes to this, magnitude usually comes a lot higher than what it is for now. So you can place it, I don't know, for the start point I would place it like something like 3 times bigger than what it is. So I will just place it at something about 15 for instance, and the frequency I'll just go not too much but just a little bit more than what it is for now. So I would just go maybe for 4.5 at this point and just try to see what it actually gives us. Also you can go and add the noise level if you want any noise inside this whole effect, but we will just first before starting to work with that actually go and try to see what actually is happening with the particle. Now before starting with the particle, just the whole again process, I would just go again over here and just change a few things at that end particle actually. So one thing that I would also change probably, let me just see if there's anything that I want to change. So yeah, I would change the lifespan probably. So this is something that you usually change for basically any animation that uses the particles. So just go for a random range. You can go here for a little bit higher than what it is. I would just place it at the points that I used before. So something like this. I found that this is just pretty much fine for my model. But you can use obviously at different ones if you want. So for lifespan you can place, I don't know, 2 or 3, and for the lifespan random you can just place higher or lower number. It really depends on you, but I found that this pretty much suits the needs. Also what I want to do and change again would be just this emitter. So the rate of the particles per second, I would just go a lot higher than what it is now. So I would just go for maybe 400,000 like that, and let's try it now and just see what actually is happening. So now we are having a lot of particles actually going on. As you can see, obviously everything starts to fall off pretty well, and we are now starting to get that turbulence all around, and now everything is not looking that symmetrical, and it doesn't really look like it's all from one piece, if I can say it like that. So if I just wait for this to actually go all the way for my handle over here, now it starts with a handle, and we can stop it over here. You can now see that there's really a lot of difference when it comes to this number of particles, and also when it comes to the actual effect, and also probably when it comes to when it comes to the movement of this particles. So now, because of the turbulence that we actually created, also there is this small piece that didn't been able to actually go with the particles. I just stopped it there. So now, as you can see, this is pretty much the solving that we wanted. You can now I don't know, pretty much play with everything if you want to. You can just go for, I don't know, let's just see, for nucleus, you can just go over here. So I would maybe go for air, something like placing it a little bit higher. I'll just go for speed, I don't know, maybe just a little bit bigger than what it is at this point at least. Also I can go for a wind noise, but nothing really much, so I just want to add some small noise. What I can actually add over here too, let me just check it out. And particle over here, so wind field generation, or air push distance, velocity, diffusion, we don't want to work with that. Collision is pretty fine over here. Particle size, yeah, over here we can change the particle size. Basically, the smaller the size of the actual particles, the more particles you will basically need over here, just to be shown a little bit better. In our case, I believe this is pretty fine. I wouldn't go, definitely wouldn't go bigger. I could go maybe a little bit lower with the radius, and then change just a little bit higher on the rate, but for now I would just leave this as it is. The count is looking pretty good. So now for the count, actually you can see everything here. Input, I'll just leave this pretty much the way it is. Dynamic properties, let me just see if there is anything else that we actually want to change. We can even just go for maybe a simple for a simple render over here, just so we can actually see it through render before we actually start to change anything. Yeah, let's just do that. So I will leave this now animation as it is. It's pretty good. What I want to do now is probably just start off with the actual creation of some basic scene, pretty basic what I want here. So I'll just create one plane, push it up, basically just go for 1 by 1. Okay, and I'll just go for the edges over here, and I'll just extrude them out. It's a pretty basic scene. I don't want it to be anything really special. I'll just push this all the way here. I can just now push it all the way over here, and I can just go for scaling it up like that. So this would be pretty much the place that it will take for the render. And what I can just go is quickly for insert edges, just adding a few edges over here that will actually keep this shape. I can just smooth it out now, pretty much to, I don't know, number 3, something like this. So now this would be pretty fine for the actual render. I can just go for something like this. So this would be the rendering. Actually, I would just create the actual camera that will render this out to. So just create a camera, go for a camera, and actually place it right where I want it. I can use even the frame so I can actually see what's going on. I believe this frame is actually now at 540 HD. So just leave it at about this position over here. This would be pretty good. I'll just go for perspective now. So this camera now looks pretty good. Actually, I don't want to change this. This is even good too. I can just add probably one directional light. So we want actual light that will show off this whole piece. I'll just rotate it. Let me see, for -90, and I'll just rotate for about here, and something like this. If I just go for number 7, I believe I can actually see the effect of this whole light. Yes, this is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good for now. I'll just go back for 6 now. So yeah, we can just go for a quick render now and just see what we are actually getting. I'll just go back for FX. I'll just go for panels, go for camera 1. What I'll do is go for rendering. And now what we want to use is the V-Ray. So I'll just go back for my V-Ray. I want to enable my GI, so the global illumination is on. Renderable camera would be the camera 1. HD 540 would be pretty fine for now. Actually, for this test is pretty good. I will leave this render to be rendered for 10 minutes. Whoa, sorry, for 10 minutes. So I'll just leave it for rendering at 10 minutes. I'll leave this max subdivisions and pretty much everything that comes with the quality the way it is. I'll change this AA filter type to Catmull ROM. A rendering mask is disabled, I don't really need it. I'll leave this as progressive, I don't really like the bucket. And the settings is pretty good. So yeah, this is pretty much it when it comes to what we want to do actually over here. So okay, I will just now render things out here and come back to you guys as soon as the render is finished, just so we can actually see what's the starting point that we are actually starting to get. Okay guys, so now I'm back, and this is not a final render, not a finished render. I just finished it really quick with the first test render, and what I saw here is basically that I can add even more particles to it and it would be looking just awesome. Also what I saw is that I don't really like the shadowing over here that much, so I can just fix those things and it would go pretty well. Also I changed a little bit of a position when it comes to the camera. So let's just real quick fix the things before we actually start working with anything else. So like I said, what I want to do is add even more particles to this. So let's just go for, let me just see if there's actually something like, I don't believe there is actually a density when it comes to the actual particle. Let me just see if there is anything that I want to actually change and work here. Liquid simulation, so we don't want anything from the liquid. Caching, yeah, I'll just go for the actual, let's just see, the particle span would be good. Now I'm just looking for if there's any other changes except this. As I saw from the render, it pretty much is fine. Only thing that I would actually change would be just that. Let me just see if there's anything else. So yeah, now I just want to change the way this everything looks at the end before actually doing the final render, probably doing the batch also. So for the shadowing we've done, also we can just go for, let me just see, here is the color, so you can work with the color from here at some point if you want to, but we won't use that. Add a dynamic, we have here some dynamics that we can work on later on if we want to. No, that's pretty much it. Only thing I want to go for would be the emitter. Let me just go for the emitter, and I place this at 4000, so I want to double this actually. So I'll just go for 800,000. That would be just pretty much the final render. I believe this is actually what we wanted. Yeah. So this is pretty much it. I think only this change would be just really effective and pretty much enough with everything. Let me just see how everything looks from here now. Yeah, now we are starting to get that nice particle effect over here.
Let me just see if there will be any other changes needed. So yeah, now my particles, there's really a lot of them. This is the point where I would probably want to render this out somewhere over here. But yeah, overall this would be pretty good. I'll just go for my render setting also. And what I would change here, let me just see. Add a sampler is good, but for color mapping I just want to check the gamma, it's also good. Brute force here is pretty fine. Subdivision here, single frame, so this is good. Yeah, this would be pretty good. I believe this is actually it. So let's just set up the camera and see what we are getting at the end. So I'll just go for the camera 1. I can even just maybe go for my camera here. So here's the camera 1. I can just call this render. And basically what I want to do is make sure that we are actually at the right position when it comes to the rendering this. Also what I can change is just going for this, I believe it's Lambert. I can just go and change some color this, so I can just go for something closer to the actual color of this whole scene that we are creating. And I'll be just rendering out this from something like here. Also what you can do here now is basically, let me just go for rendering and then I will talk with you guys. So basically render. Oh yeah, sorry, I just have to connect myself back to the internet, so let me just fix that real quick. Okay, so what we want to do now is just render this camera over here, and as you can see now we are starting to get more into this actual scene. Now obviously this is just one segment, one fragment of actual whole render, but this would be pretty good, and I would leave this probably at the way it is. What I can do is now fix just a little bit when it comes to the actual lighting and the whole scene overall, but that's something I'll do on my own just for the final render. Basically what you can do for this now is even add more effects to it if you want to. So this is basically done. So basically what we've done is creating the motion for the particles using the displacement maps that we've created, the animation maps, whatever you want to call them, from the Photoshop. So creating the opacity map, creating the emitter map, and that's the alpha and emitter. From there we just created the particles and basically connected them to those maps. Now what you can do and connect to this would be some fluids. So for instance, if you want to, you can just go and I don't know, go for FX and go for fluids and create a 3D container and add some maybe smoke if you want to around this whole area, and the smoke would actually, when you connect it, follow these particles and it will just go with everything there. You can then go with some options such as I don't know, probably how to resize and density and so on. You don't want to add pretty much the high value. You want to go for something pretty smooth and smaller, but that's also what you can add. Now I will just finish off this batch render. I will just render this whole animation. In case you wonder how you can actually do that, it's, I don't know, it's pretty simple. Basically it's all comes to the rendering, and you have this batch render over here. You just want to go for that and basically render this whole animation. So it's not really something that special. You just use this and that's pretty much it. So I'll just finish off with my rendering process over here, and I will leave you guys with the final result at the end of this video. So I hope you guys enjoyed this, and stay tuned for the next session where we actually work on something different. Hello guys, so as you can see now I'm in Autodesk Maya 2018,
I thought it would be nice to show you just a nice animation when it comes to the actual water and everything, and I thought it would be the best to show you that by using the Bifrost fluids and basically the Bifrost dynamics and system. So it's really easy, especially in Maya 2018, to create the water effect. And I just thought it would be nice to show you just what, at least what you can do, some basics, and just to let you guys learn now about more about that and what you can actually do and just create your own stuff out from there, and just by using the tweaks and everything. So where we want to start off would be just by using the plane. And what we want from a plane is actually starting with a change of the actual size. So I will just go for something like 20 by 20. And the most important part here would be the subdivisions. So we'll just add for now like 50 by 50 like this. So as for the most of the actual animations, it is really important to have enough. I will just turn off the grid line. So it's really important to have enough spaces where actually the animation can go through. Now the next important part is actually to check out the workspace and place it on the Bifrost fluids. And by doing that, you will see this boss editor here at this whole panel section. You want to open that, and this will give you that pretty simple window here now that you can actually use to work on with everything. And as you can see, basically this is really simple way to create an animation for the floating, for the fluid actually to work as the waves. And the way you're gonna do that is by creating the spectral wave here. So if I just create that now here and place this down and just play the animation, you can start seeing actually how this animation actually affects my whole model over here. Now before starting actually everything else, what I want to also do, and that's really important, I forgot to do that, is setting the project, setting where the actual project should be. So I'll just go for set the project, go for desktop, new folder, and I'll place it at animation ocean. So I'll just go there and set this project here, create default workspace. Also I'll just go for project window now, animation, okay, that would be pretty fine. So now that we've done that, now we can actually start working with everything. I'll just go also for saving, just to save everything before we start. Animation ocean, I'll just save it here. Actually, let's just go for maybe project window, create a new one, and again ocean project, and I'll just go to desktop, accept, and that would be it. Now if I just go for save and ocean project, I can save it over here as an ocean animation. That's what I wanted. Okay, so now we are all set and down. What we can do is now, as I said, we've created this basic shape over here, basic fluid dynamic. And as you can see, it's pretty low, the resolution and the details, and that's not what we want. First part where you can immediately start changing everything is at this actual polyplane, and this is where the subdivisions come in. So if you just place this on a lot higher level, you can start seeing the lot higher level and definition of actual animation that we've created. So we'll leave it at this, and let's just play it out just so we can see what's happening. Now also you can know that our animation is starting to go really slower, but don't worry about that, it will be all pretty nice when you render a sequence. And okay, that would be it for here. And now what we want to start working on would be actually some of the options at this boss spectral wave that we've created. So basically how this works is that this patch size, this global attributes, simulation attributes, wind attributes really affect much on how everything will look. I'll just turn up to like maybe frame 14 just so we can actually see what's happening. And now if I change the patch size to, let's say, about twice this size, so let's say for 200 by 200, if I just change it like this, you'll start seeing these details a lot more, and you'll see how everything affects together overall. So that's really fun thing that you can actually change. What else you can do is Also work with the resolution. We'll work with that a little bit later after we finish main stuff, pretty much basics. So let's see what else we could work on. Yeah, the wind attributes that I told you. So this is really important part, and this is where actually everything comes in. So if you just go for, I don't know, like 50, so really high number, you'll see that it really affects really much on our model. We don't want to be really that high, so we can play something like maybe 10 for wind speed, and we can place even direction if you want to. You can play with this wind fetch distance if you want to, but the main thing that you want to play, basically change, would be this wind speed. I can even place it maybe a little bit lower, so something like 5, and let's just play it just so we can actually see what's happening. So yeah, this looks pretty nice. We're starting to get to the position where we actually want to be. So the next thing that we can actually do here also and play with would be this wave height and ocean depth. And also for now, as you can see, it's working only on the vertical side, so it's only a vertical displacement. We can turn on this use horizontal displacement, and what will this give you? This is not only the displacement at a horizontal area, but what also it will give is this wave size. So we can just work with that now too. We can go for, I don't know, maybe 2 or something like that, and as you can see now, we are starting to actually get these waves a lot better with everything. And I would probably leave it at 2 for now. You can play with wave height if you want to. You can play something a little bit higher or lower. You can really play with this. So this is the part where you actually let your imagination work, and based on what you're actually looking for. I'll just place it for maybe 1.2, nothing really much, something like this. And I don't think I would actually do anything with this wave at this point. So this looks pretty good, but what's also important that we can add over here would be a secondary waves. So as you know, when it comes to the waves and the water effect, basically it's not one simple wave. It also has more additional waves. You can really work on this a lot. You can add really a lot more. It depends on the quality and the realism that you want to really work on. But I'll just add now another one, and you'll see now immediately the difference that's starting to happening over here. So let me just turn off this down now, and basically if I just pull this all around, just go back and play this animation, you'll start seeing this displacement now coming with the 2 different wave types. Also, we did not change anything with the wave, and what's important is to look for these parts over here. So as you can see now, I'm having these artifacts over here. This basically wrong displacements that I don't really want in my animation. The way you can fix this is really easy, and that's by just changing the wave size actually. So if I just go for 1 point, I don't know, maybe 7, I actually fixed that, and that's pretty much it. I'll just now round it out to 1.5 just so I have the round number, and that would be pretty much it. So this looks pretty good now. We are starting to have that actual displacement that we wanted. We're starting to get that nice water effect over here. And what we can actually start working with is, before the cache, to just add a nice materials to overall this project. You can even cache this now just to check it out how everything would look. For the caching, basically what you want to do is just go for this boss editor, and you can cache this out. You can notice this is now red. If you cache this all, this cache all, you have either that one or create override the cache for wave solver. It really depends on what you're working with. But for now we can just do the caching of these sequences that we've created now. So I'll just cache it out, and then we can move forward either that way, or actually we can do this differently. So I'll just save this again. I believe I can do this way. So either try to cache there immediately, or do as I do right now. So what I want to do is go for actually adding just a simple shader to this, and since we will use the Arnold Arnold renderer, I'm going to use the Arnold shaders. I'll go for Arnold standard shader for the surface, and basically there I'll just change the preset to deep water and go for replace all, and this will give us a real nice water effect. And also what I can do here is just for the wave 1, before starting, I just trying to cache all out in one. So the next thing that I want to really cache out is, if you want to, and I recommend you actually do it, is this foam attribute. So you want to enable the foam actually to be inside this. So before actually starting with that, I'll just now go for boss adder and cache this out, this all 2 pieces, and then we'll. Okay, so I've cached this animation that we created for now. As you can see now, everything turned green, so it's pretty good. And now we want to enable this foam. Now this is an interesting part. So we are basically doing this just at the wave 1, and we're just gonna go for enable the foam. What we want to do at this foam section is basically just change the cusp menu. This will affect basically how much foam you will have. So I'll just place it on something really low, something like this pretty much. This would be pretty fine, I guess. We'll see that about later. And what's important now is to cache this out again. Now when you're using this, you will have to cache whole animation again, but now we don't want to cache out. Let me just go for boss header. We don't want to cache out all these simulations that we've created, and the reason for that is basically because the foam actually does not affect the real-time dynamics that we have here. It's just affecting with the 2D displacement maps that are created inside this spectral wave 1. So what we can do now is just go for this use cache, disable it, and go for export cache now. Take this one here and just go for now this create override cache for wave solver. And what will this do is now cache out just that first wave all together with this foam. So once this is done, I'll again come back to you guys and we will start off with the next part that we want to do. Okay, so now my foam effect is also connected to this spectral wave that we created, and it's also cached together. So what is left for us to do now is, if we check it out, let's just check that out real quick. So I'll just add a simple light here, so we can use the sky dome for instance. I'll just use the color, go for a file, and go for the image sequence. I downloaded the HDR map here, so I'll just use that one. I'll provide you with this one in the references section so you can download it. Okay, so now the dome is created. I'll just go back. So if I just go now and render this out with my Arnold renderer, we'll see that now I won't be rendering this whole process obviously, but we can see now just from this cube that actually the foam is not visible for us at this moment. So what we basically want to do is start off by showing off that foam effect that we had. So for now it's loaded inside the spectral wave, but it's not loaded is in this AI standard surface, this Arnold shader. So that's what we want to work on. The way you can add this is basically just going for this emission and just going for this way channel here, and just go for a file now, and here you just want to load this image sequence. So we'll just go for an image, and if we've done this properly, and I believe we did, so there is an ocean project, we want to go for a cache, for a boss, for ocean animation, spectral wave 1. And all the way down here now you can see this is all the renders that we actually have for our actual animation. And here's the foam effect that we've added. So we can just now click for this first one, open it up, and again use the image sequence. And now everything is loaded. We can go back for our renderer. So note this is the first part. This is how actually it did. So let's just go for the render and just go for a perspective. And we can check now what's happening with the foam, and if we have to actually change the value or something. So as you can see now I have pretty much of the foam, and that's not what I want, but we can actually start seeing it. So we just have to do again changes with this foam effect. So we just want to add something lower. I believe it should be a little bit lower. This is a little bit too much. So now you can see this, and basically what you want to do is just go back for this wave 1, and you just want to change this cup minimum
to something even lower. So as you can see, I will place it like 0.1, something really low, and just try to render it out again. So I'll just go back for rendering and render the perspective again. Okay. Also, I believe I will actually have to do the recaching again. So yeah, I'll just have to do the recache again, but I can leave it like this actually, maybe for now. Let me just check it out. I'll just do the export cache now again, or even we can now this is the tweaking part where basically you just want to work again with the numbers over here and just fix things up from there. But I will just go for maybe a cup scale, also change it to 0.7, something lower, maybe a lower, something 0.5. 0.5 would be pretty good. Minimum would be 0.5 still, and speed is okay. So I'm just gonna go for the export once again. So we're just gonna go for a cache, exporting this cache that we already created, and just going for this whole process all over again. So I'll just now go for this part here. I'll just go for export cache, and I'll just go for exporting this whole cache all over again. Okay guys, so I fixed my foam effect a little bit. It's not quite there yet. I could probably go for a lowering now a little bit more, but for this tutorial purposes I think it will serve pretty well what I've done for now. But there is another problem that we actually have to solve, and that's this tiling problem. So we want, if you're creating actually for instance the ocean or sea, you want some sort of an infinite sort of a look from the distance and everything. And as you can see, for now we don't have that. Basically we see the starting point and the end point, and that's not what we want. So there's a really easy way you can fix this. So just go for this polyplane that you created, and now we want to work on this parts over here. You can work all the way through this by just adding more subdivisions and everything, you know, just this height overall, and try with that. But then you would have to work a lot more also on all the details that you did for a wave. So you will just have to add more and more details, and that will just affect the overall performance. So instead of doing that, what we want to do is change this quality, just add the subdivisions. So don't worry about this, just click on yes. This will just basically just affect for our patch size as the resolution. So that's what we want to really work on. I just changed the wide just a little bit, nothing really special, just a little bit, scaling it up. And now as you can see, I'm starting to get that waves pretty well formed. But also what I want to change now would be this patch size. So as you can see now, our patch size currently is at 200. So I would go for instance, let's see, about, I don't know, about 150, something like this. So if I just place it at this number, it will affect obviously everything that's happening over here. We have to check it out also for any artifact effects. For now it looks pretty good and starting and looking a little bit better than what we've had before. Also important part here would be just to change actually the wave 2. So the wave 2 should actually be double the smaller the size of what we created. So for instance, there was a 140, we would probably set this to somewhere about 80 or something like that. So I'll just go for 80 patch size at my secondary wave. We'll just change this to 82. And let's see the difference now. So as you can see now, it looks pretty good in my case. I'll just go maybe through the frames, check out if there is any necessary places where I want to change maybe the wave size or anything like that. But it's overall starting to look pretty good. I can even change maybe the wave size to something a little bit better, a little bit bigger. Not there. I just want to go here, wave, and I don't know if I really want to work on that. But let's try, I don't know, maybe something like now 2, just to check out how everything would turn out for us. So yeah, now we are starting to get that shape much better, and in a better way, better formed and everything. It starts to look overall pretty good. And now what you want to do is cache it out again with these changes that we've actually created. And also there's one more important change that you want to create. So remember that subdivision that we added at 1024, you want to change these resolutions now to the same number. So you'll just go for this number 1024 for both X and Z at the wave 1, and also you'll do that same process here for the wave 2. Okay. And now this takes the real effect that we actually wanted. So it starts to look really good. And what we can start off now would be the tiling. I'll just save this project for now in case anything breaks down or have any sudden crashes. I don't want that. Okay, so for the actual part here, what I want to do first would be probably the caching. So I'll just go for boss editor, just do the full cache again, so everything cached all over. And then I'll come back to you guys with starting with the tiling. Okay guys, so now that my cache is finished, we can move forward to actual tiling. So what we want to do is create that plane that we talked before, and we will actually use that for tiling as displacement map. So what you want to go is for the polyplane and add the wide and height the same as what you've done with the high quality mesh over here. Also what you want to do is just go for this add existing material and go for a standard, the one that we've created actually from render, from Arnold renderer material. And now that's pretty much it. What we want to work on would be this actual hypershade. So open up your hypershade, and you can see this when you go for that graph network for our actual Arnold material. You can see what's happening. Pretty much there's nothing really much happening. There is just this displacement for the foam that we've created at emission, and that's pretty much it. And as I said before, our displacement maps are basically that wave that we've created, that foam, and that other secondary secondary wave that we've created. So we can basically use that now as the actual displacement. If you go for this standard surface, you'll see that we do not actually use this displacement map over here, and that's where we actually want to place this everything. I actually have the picture here of how things should look at the end. I can even provide you with that. So this is basically what we are looking for to create. So as you can see here, I have projections that actually are going together in the color matte, and everything together goes into displacement shader, and that's basically it. That's what's actually happening. So that's what we want to create. So let's go for that. Basically what you want to do is just go for this displacement matte. You want to go here and you want to get, add a file. But instead of adding it as a simple file like we used to for, I don't know, for bump mapping for textures, what you want to use is now go to right click and create as a projection. So this is what we actually want. And now that we've done that, you can see that we've in our outliner we actually have this place 3D texture here. And what you want to do is rotate it for minus 90 degrees, just so it's actually scaled up to the actual bottom, so it's looking towards down. And now what you want to do is work a little bit more on the scale. So for instance, if I just go 60 by 60, so this is the first wave. Now keep that in mind, this is the first wave, so you're just adding basically the scale based on the first scale over here. And now as you can see, this is placed pretty much where it needs to be, and the only thing we want to do is now go for this little box over here and just go for an image, and the image name we want to add actually that displacement for a spectral wave like we have over here. And as you can see, this is the first wave. I'm just going to open it, same as basically for everything. We're just going to use the image sequence, so everything works pretty fine there. Now if we just go back for hypershade, you can start seeing the differences over here. So we now have that displacement over here. and it's connected well into this displacement shader. Everything looks pretty good, but there's one small problem when it comes to this, and that's basically the other part where we will actually use the let me just create it actually, matte. So the color matte, this is actually what we want to use. So as you can see now, we need two different projections. What you want to do, actually the second projection also, if you did not understand, the second projection will be for the secondary wave. So we want to have both waves implemented into this nice shader over here. So the way we can do this is basically by just first of all disabling this projection from displacement. I'll just push things around a little bit just so we can see it a little bit better. Let me just push these ones a little bit up. We don't want to worry much about them. I'll just place this color matte over here, and now this out color actually has to go for a color A, and now this out color should go for a displacement vector, and this is now the connection that we are actually starting to create. And as you can see now here, this color A is filled with this projection that we've created over here, and we want to create that projection for a secondary wave. The way we can do that is now either by going and again adding this this way as we did for the first projection, or you can go here for the color B and actually going for a file, and now again file, and click that create as a projection. And now as you can see, everything starts to fall in pretty much the way we wanted it. And now what I will do is just go back over here. As you can see now, my secondary placement is over here. What I want to do is just rotate it again for -90, and now I want to scale it up for the half the size. So I'll go about 35 by, I don't know, 35 and 35. So something like this. You usually want to, when it comes to this, usually what you want to do when it comes to the scale is actually to placing it based on the, let me just see where it is. It's over here. So based on this scale over here, so if it's 150, you could go here for, I don't know, maybe 75 for scale. For instance, you can go here for like 75 by 75 by 75. And then what you can do is use this secondary. I believe we made it by 80, so I can go by 40 by 40 by 40. Okay, and that's all great. Now we've created this basically for our first wave and the secondary wave. But what we want to do also is, if you notice over here, we've actually created this foam effect. So what we want to do is actually connect this foam effect to also this surface shader, this standard surface shader over here. So what we can do now basically for this is just simple delete on that shader that we created. We can just go back a standard, just go for emission again, go at away, and now go as a create as a projection another layer over here for our actual projection of the foam. Now I'll obviously have to rotate it again, so I'll just go for -90, and I'll scale this now approximately to something about 30 by 30 by 30. I can probably even go for a lower, I can probably even go for 20 by 20 by 20. Something like this could probably work fine. It really depends on what you actually want to achieve with this whole part over here. And now basically that we've done that, what you want to do is just go for this image, and you just want to find that foam effect that we've created, that we've actually exported. And as you can see, here is my foam. I'll just import it and just use the sequence, and that's pretty much it. Now we've created the foam effect. Also, if you go for the shader over here now, you can see now that every projection is all together mixed as it should be. So now what we want to do is, let me just check out, everything is looking pretty good. Yeah, everything is looking pretty good. Now what we want to do is just hide this actual high resolution, hide it, and just try to render out this one now. So if I just place my camera somewhere over here, when I render this out, it should be looking quite similar to what we've had before. So let's just wait for the renderer actually to start and we'll see what's happening. Okay. And there it is. As you can see now, basically you can start seeing the actual details coming off pretty much from the simple map, simple low poly mesh, and we're starting to get the same result pretty much, even better. It's starting to look a lot better than what we used to have. And now what you can do, let's just wait for this a little bit to be rendered. So now as you can see, I already see these effects coming off pretty good. But what you can do now here would be to just create it a little bit even better. So the way you can do that, also there's a few things now when it comes to the tiling. Now you can use this tile over here that you have, this plane, to actually tile things up. So if I just go for a plane 2, if I just go for a polyplane, I can now actually change the subdivisions, change the height, and it pretty much wouldn't affect much. So I'll just go for maybe 20 by 20. I mean, it wouldn't affect much in the wrong way, in the wrong direction. So I'll just go maybe even 40 by 40. And let's try to, let's go higher number. Let's go 80 by 80 actually. Yeah, let's place something like this and just try to render it out. So we can just see the difference now, even from this small change. And now as you can see, I'm starting to get even more details inside my actual simple plane that I've created. And now when it comes to this, what you can do is basically use the width and height now to change it, to spread things out a little bit more, just to create it a little bit nicer in the overall look. Okay, let me just see this top side over here. I'm sorry, now my rendering is working a little bit slower. And now as you can see, it's starting to get much nicer. So also what's important is that now that we scale this up, we won't actually lose any basically any information, and we won't have to tweak things in actual specular wave and so on and so on. So I would probably go for one more thing to change, and that's at the polyplane shape. If you go there and go for Arnold option over here, you can see down there that you have this subdivision. This is a nice option that actually Arnold has, and what this basically does is that as it's rendering, it can actually subdivide this whole piece that we've created. And if you want to do that, you can just go for a linear, and for instance for this iterations, this is how many subdivisions it will actually add at the top of this linear object. So I'll just go for maybe, I don't know, something like 8. It really depends on how much quality you want. The higher the number over here, basically the longer it will take to be rendered. But if I place it something like that for now, like this, I'll just go for maybe number 20 frame. And if I just place my camera about here and just render it out, let's see what we are actually starting to get. So what we are basically doing now is by using the Arnold, we are actually adding more and more subdivisions to this. It's really handy, and it's coming really good at the end quality that we actually are looking for. Okay, let's just wait for this small render to be finished. I won't go through all. Actually, I'll leave it to be rendered full, and then I'll come back just so you can guys see what actually we are getting for now. Ай, до отвори го. Okay everyone, so I finished a quick batch render just so we can actually see what's happening. And let me just fold this a little bit down.
And now, as you can see, basically this is what we get. This is basically the animation that we've created, and it doesn't look really bad. It's pretty good actually, but I noticed some problems that I actually have here. So for instance, first thing that I've created is the foam effect a little bit higher than what I've originally wanted, and most importantly, but we already talked about the foam, but most importantly what I've done wrong here was that actually the geometry change. As you can see, this is pretty flat. It has the movement and the color of the foam and the ocean and everything, but it doesn't have really the geometrical displacements. And the way I actually fixed that was by hypershade. I checked my hypershade and found out that actually this color math that we created for our projections was not actually connected with displacement shader, and through that, oh sorry, did not want that, and through that all the way to our actual shader material, whatever. And yeah, that's the only problem that I had. So what I've done is just taking this out color and placing it at vector displacement, and then connecting it all the way to the shader. And now, since I've done that, what is happening is this. So if I just close actually this one, and if I just follow my render now, this is what we get. So I did not do a batch render again obviously, but this is what we get now. So you can see now the changes in the waves and everything. It looks pretty good. It's actually pretty nice looking animation. Again, the foam is just a little bit off. It's a little bit too much probably. Also the second waves are pretty good, but I would place probably higher level maybe of these actual primary waves. I explained to you guys how you can basically tweak that. So what you want to do is just change the values that we've created basically for the wind. Actually for the wind maybe you should not, it really depends on what you place. Let's just check that out real quick. I forgot what we actually have there. So yeah, the wind speed is pretty good, but what I would change probably would be the maybe the ocean depth. Maybe I would go for the wave size. Probably that is the main fix that I would change, and by doing that we would basically get the desired effect a little bit better. It really depends on how dramatic you want this scene to look. Since this is really not a stormy sort of a scene, I didn't really want to go really high. I could probably just go a little bit higher, just a little bit, but it's pretty fine for now. So that's basically how you can create this water animation that can be used in a lot of different areas, specifically with the seas and the oceans and so on. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, so in this session what we'll work on would be the sword effect. This effect can be used in any stylized type of game, so it's really useful, it's really cool. And this effect, basically what it does is creating some sort of a flame, smoke, ethereal sort of a effect around the sword. It really depends on what you're actually looking for, because at the end of the process what we will actually work on would be the shading, and it really depends most on that. So the way actually this works would be the planes. So we will just use the planes as for everything, and what you want to do is start off with scaling this whole plane. Let me just go for the attributes. Okay, so the first thing that is to be done is creating the plane. Now we have a few problems that we have to solve. So the first one would be the material. For the material I'll use the Lambert, because it has no glossiness and any other effect. It's really pretty simple. And the next thing that we want to use is the ramp tool, the ramp material or the texture, whatever it is. The reason for this is basically because the ramp allows you to have the gradient. I'll just change this to rainbow just so you can see. So the ramp actually allows us to use the gradient and multiple colors, and that's the reason why we want to use this, because we will have multiple colors on this. Either if you want to use just for smoke effect, you can go for a preset and just set the black and white. It really depends on what you want, but this will actually help you in creating that whole thing that you want. Now we won't focus now at this whole section here. This was based for a little bit later. First thing that we want to do is the second problem, and that's the animation for this. So if you just go for this coloring and this ramp, you can see this place 2D texture, what we have here. And this is the place where we will actually work with the animation. So the animation that we'll be creating is actually inside the ramps. That's what we are actually going to animate and use later on. And it's all placed on one plane. So particularly what we want to check out here at the place 2D node is this offset. So this is the U offset and this is the V offset. If I just change this to 0.5, you can see that I'm actually at the middle section of this ramp. And what it did is that my starting color, if I can just say it like that, so the red color and the blue color are actually meeting at the middle, and that's what we want to create. But we want to create that as a motion, we want to create that as a animation. So what we want to do is go back for a 0, go for an offset, make sure you're on a keyframe number 1, and you want to go for an offset and set key. Now next thing is what we want to do is just go for a keyframe and set it about for about 15, and we want to change the offset to 0.5 that I showed before, and we want to create the key again. Now let me just see, I believe now, yeah, I just deleted accidentally the whole process, so I'll just have to do it again, sorry. So I'll just go back to number 1, set key, and then I'll go back to number 15 and go for 0.5 and again set key. What this does is basically that we are starting to get that basic movement, that animation that we wanted. Now there is a few more problems that we have to fix now from here. If you open the Hypershade editor, you can go for the Lambert that we've created and for a graph network, and you can see here the ramp and everything, how everything is connected basically. And select this place 2D texture, then go for window, animation editor and graph editor. What this does is basically, if I just click A, is showing us what actually is animated. Now if you're having some different lines, I thought it would be great just to show you what actually could be a problem with your animation here just at the beginning before we start anything, because I personally had problems way back when I learned this. Basically the problem is now your lines could be a little bit different, and there's 2 cases, and in my opinion both are wrong. For some reason Maya has that bug that it really actually doesn't work. So your tangents are actually probably at auto, and this is what you're actually seeing at the moment. You could change this to linear and it will be like this, but now for some reason there is a bug in Autodesk Maya that you can't use the infinity loop, and that's something that we have to work on. So the solution for this animation, the problem with this animation, is that we actually want this animation to go from frame number 1 to all the way, it doesn't matter which keyframe is the end point. So the reason for that is basically we don't want to have the fixed position, because in games usually types can change, and for instance now it's 120, it can be 1000, we don't really know, and we don't want to constantly go through this whole animation and fix it. We want to use the cycle. And now the problem with the tangents is usually that the linear, for some reason in Autodesk Maya 2016, 17 and 18, sometimes linear does not work perfectly with the actual infinity loop. So the fix for this is basically pretty simple. We just want to use this spline, and this will help us with this whole problem. It will work pretty well with everything that we want to work. Also what you want to do is just go for infinity and check out this infinity box, just so you can actually see what's going on. Now as you can see, we are having 2 lines. The first line here down at the bottom would be the U offset, and the V one would be the V offset. We don't want to use the U since we won't be creating any animation, so basically what you can do is just delete it. We won't be using it. And now what we want to focus on would be the V offset. As you can see, it goes from the center to up all the way to the number 0.5, and this number here that we are actually set it
and this value over here is actually the value of the offset that is animated. And this one here is the end frame. In my case right now is the end frame of this whole animation. So if I just play again animation, you can see that we are actually ending this point. So from here nothing happens, and the reason for that is if you look at this infinity, you can see that once we reach the 0.5, actually it just stays at that value, and this whole stable moment. We don't want that. We want to actually have the infinity. We want to follow this all the way through this whole keyframes. The way you can do that is by simply selecting this whole curve, going for curves, going for post infinity, and going for linear. And now, as you can see, everything changes. Also, we'll do that for pre-infinity. And basically what this does is saying that once we are finished with from number 1 keyframe to number 15, it actually has to just repeat that all the way the end frame and then just move back. So we are basically by doing this creating the loop. So if I just now place this back down and just play it, you can see that now I'm actually starting to have this loop. Now we're having another problem that we need solution, and that's that our animation now is not going in the right direction that we actually wanted it. The way you can fix this is pretty simple. We want this, as we said, this is the starting point, this is the end point. We want to go from start point to end point, and in our case it goes in backwards. So the way you can fix this is actually pretty simple. You want to use this select tool, and you want to select this whole edge over here, this basically one small dot, you can see it, and just push it down. As you can see, as I'm pushing it down, I can change the actual stats over here. I'll just place this back at 15, and we are now going in minus, and that's what we want to. I'll just place it now in 0.15. The reason for that is basically now, as you can see, first of all, my animation now goes in the direction that I want, and also it's slower, and that's what I wanted. So I wanted to change the actual speed of this animation, and you can change that by actually this value over here. So if I just place this to higher level, for instance, if I just place it on minus 1.15, you can see now if I just play it, it will be really speedy, and that's not what we want. So we'll just place this back at 0.15, and this will be pretty good starting point for us. So I'll just close back this now, and as you can see, if I just play it, let me just play it, it goes pretty well, and we are now finished with the whole movement problem that we had. So everything looks good there. Now what we can do is just go back for the ramp, and we can start off with a little bit of changes on the colors. So nothing really special. For now, I'm not sure what I'll actually create. I will go probably for some sort of a fire, but I'm not sure for now. So I'll just go for changing the colors for now based on the fire. And also what I want to do is have that smoky effect at the end. So I want to have something gray, something either gray or black. Gray probably would work pretty fine. I'll just go maybe a little bit darker than what it is at this point. Something like this. And also I could add probably one more. If you click on this section over here where the color is, you can add more this gradients over here, and you can just by doing that add a few more just to scale things up a little bit nicer with the colors. So I'll just go like that, and I'll probably create one more to just go a little bit darker over here. And that will be pretty much it for now, at least for now. And also one more important thing that we want to change is this interpolation. So if I just click on smooth, now you can see the difference is a little bit more on the actual animation, how it the actual colors, sorry, how everything looks. So basically interpolation, what it does is just finds the way, the way this works is that if we just place it back on linear, let's say this is a point 1 and this is the point A and the point B, it just finds the linear way, just the simplest way to go from red to black through all of these sections. And if you go from smooth, you're actually starting to get a few extra
gradients inside this each piece over here, and then it just looks a little bit better. That's basically why we are going to use it. Okay, so that's it when it comes to this. Now what we want to do is probably add a few things here. So we can change now the U wave. As you can see, it won't work anything really much because we are at the V ramp. So this type is a V ramp. If I would change the U ramp, if I use this, actually I would change things around. But since I don't want to use that, I'll just go back for zeros, and I want to go to the V ramp. This is what we want. So we can now start tweaking things a little bit more. So I can, for instance, go something really small. You don't want to really work really high with the numbers at this point. You just really want to change just a little bit things, just so you can actually see what's happening. So I'll just add maybe some noise. I'll go for 0.1 or something like this, and now you can start seeing what's actually happening. And this is the part that we will actually tweak a lot later, but you can see that now if I just change this, we're now starting to actually get that flame effect, because our actual colors now are starting to change. So I'll just go back with the standard. I'll just go for change something like this small, just so we can actually start seeing the differences. Okay, that would be pretty good for now, I guess. But we are having again a few other problems that we have to solve, and that's the transparency. As you can see now, we don't want to use this. We don't want to have this problem over here. We don't want to see these edges when we are at our final result. And the way we can fix that is actually by adding the transparency. And just so I can more easily show you what's actually going to happen over here, I'll just disconnect for now this ramp that I've created. And basically what we're gonna do in the way we are actually going to create this animation, as you can see, this transparency, sorry, as you can see now, we are having the 4 lines that we have to work on. So those would be these ones from here, those have to be transparent, and these ones at the sides. So we want to fix that. That will be actually done by multiple ramps. So we're going to use the 2 ramps actually. The first ramp that we are actually going to create right now here, as you can see, will be the ramp at the V ramp standard that we will actually use to cover that problem that we have from the sides. But now, as you can see, there is one problem. We are having, so this would be the black one, would represent what actually is not transparent, and the white one would be what's going to be transparent. And that's all cool, but what we have as a problem now would pretty much be that now if I leave it like this, this side would be transparent, but this side is not. So what we want to do is just actually push this one that is not transparent, this black line. This is like basically the 0 and the 1. 1 is transparent, 0 is not. And actually create another one and place it at the side. And now, as you can see, both of my sides are actually transparent. And also I'll change this to smooth, just so I get a little bit nicer result. And if I just bring this a little bit back, this one like that, I'll just go this for full white, and this one is full white, I think. Yeah, now this is pretty much good. I'll place it on the smooth and everything looks good, and we fixed things with this sides, but now we are having the problems with the other. So we want to change the sides. Actually, we want the changes at the sides. So the way we can fix that now is by going back, just so I can more easier show you what's happening. I'll just take this nodes a little bit lower. So what we want to do now is again disconnect this ramp and add another one at the transparency, but this one will be a little bit different. So I'll just go for the ramp, and again we want to use the smooth, and we want to place things exactly the same as they were. So I'll just go for another one, place it over here, push it all the way to the white, and everything looks pretty good. And now the thing we want to change is actually to place it at a U ramp. And now, as you can see, everything starts to be transparent at the sides too. So everything's fixed pretty much, but now we are having the problem that actually we don't use both of them, and that's what we want. So again, we're just gonna go back,
use these ramps that we've created. Let me just place this first transparency and the second one down here, and disconnect everything from here. Okay, so now we want to use the multiple layers at the transparency option, and this is really useful, especially for this type of animations. So if you just go for create a render node, go for other textures, and go for a layered texture, this is what you're gonna get, and this is what we want. So there's a few options that we can go through from this point. So as you can see now from here, basically this is the layers. If I just click here, I will have more layers. We'll need 3 of the layers, so I'll just create 3 of them. And we're having some changes over here that we'll create. So let's start with the first things first. The first thing that we want to do is change the colors of the first 2 layers. So we want to place them at black, and the last one would be actually white. So this is what we want to do first. The second thing that we want to do, actually I can just delete, since we will work on first this one and then copy everything from here. It will be just a little bit easier, sorry. So you're just gonna change on this first layer color to black. You're gonna go for the first, I think, let me just check out, I think I wrote it down which one should be the first layer. Yeah, okay, so the first layer is the ramp 2. Sorry, I forgot what was the first thing that we actually created in a second. So the first layer is ramp 2. First thing you want to do, and if I just go back over here, you'll see that there is not much difference for now when I do this. So you want to click this with the middle mouse button and place it at the alpha. If I place it back here and just go for the multiply and just go for alpha luminance, you'll see that everything is pretty much dark. We can't see actually anything here, and that's the reason for that is basically because we have changed now the whole piece over here. Let me just select it, go back for this, and just go back over here. So let's create now another one, and now let's place it on the black again, and just go for the multiply. And now, as you can see, my alpha luminance is copied to the other layer 2, so that's the reason why I basically deleted everything from there. And let's add another one. So let's add the one that we've actually created here. So this is the ramp number 3. I'll just go back over here and just add it to the alpha channel again. And now the most important part is this third one that will actually be white, fully white. And now, as you can see, we'll start getting the changes that we want. So if I just go back, and if I just select everything from here, go for number 6, you can now see the actual difference and what's actually happening with our transparency. So now the white one is actually what we can see, and the black one is actually what's being visible. And the white one is actually what's being deleted. And also I'll just push this one back just so I can actually see it. Just sort things out a little bit over here. So now everything is placed correctly here, and what we can even do is go for the actual model over here. We can just go for a color and add a ramp back there at a color. And now, as you can see, we are starting to get this, and I can even play the animation now, and we can see what's starting to happen. Now there's a few changes that I want to create when it comes to these actual ramps. So I'll just go back and let me just see which one is it. It's here. Okay, so the ramp 3, you can either go from there or you can go for transparency, and here, yeah, it's the ramp 3. Okay, so I actually want to change this ramp a little bit when it comes to the waves and everything, just so we can actually start getting a little bit nicer result at the end. So I'll just push things around a little bit. Now this is the part where we are already coming more into the shading options and everything. So there's nothing much I want to change. I will just go for the noise, and as you can see, I'm starting to get a little bit more of noise, and it starts to look a little bit better. I'll just push this a little bit higher, nothing really special. I'll just maybe even more, just so I can actually start seeing a little bit better of these details. You can work with that too over here. I don't recommend it at this point, this is something that we'll change a little bit later. Okay, I think everything is finished from here now. First, second layers are pretty good. And now what we can do is actually start fixing with the colors and everything. So for now, if I just play animation, it's all cool, pretty good. We are having this little problem at this point, so we can fix that too. But before doing that, what is more important is that we have actually now created, not only created the transparency, we've now created this same ramp in the same way that actually this ramp here is created. And what this allows us is basically to have animation inside this transparency, and this is really interesting. This is what we can actually now work on. So if I just now delete this whole section over here, actually delete this whole ramp, this first ramp, I can just use this one from here now, since we are also getting the place 2D texture here, and I can just now change the offset to whatever I want again. So I'll just offset key again here. I'll just go back on a 15 and I'll just place it on 0. I don't know, it really doesn't matter as long as it's everything cool, since this is in a single color. It really doesn't matter what you will actually set the offset, but I'll just place it like this. And what I'll do now is just going back for animation editor and a graph editor. And what I will do now is again delete this one, and I'll just take this whole, this whole line from here. I'll just go for tangents, we'll go for spline, and we'll go for post infinity, linear, and curves, pre-infinity, linear too. And now we are getting actual animation, hopefully, inside this. And yeah, also I forgot about that, we want to change again now the actual positions of this whole animation. So I'll just push it back at the side, at the minus, and I'll go for minus 1.5 as it was. And this is now it looks pretty good. So now this is what we are getting, and now the only thing that we want to change is again the color. So we want to add another ramp, add the color section, new one, and this is the actual one that we will work on with the colors in whatever way we want. So if I just add it over here, now what I can do is just either go with the black and white, but in my case I'll just use the rainbow. And if I just play this now, you can see that the actual animation is looking also a lot better than what it was. And now everything left is shading process before the final duplicating of these planes and getting the sort of a final result. Now since this is for tutorial, I won't be really working a lot in the shading options, since you can really work pretty much. Specifically, I would recommend you just to sort of paint out on a piece of paper just what exactly you're looking for, or have any reference of what you're actually looking for before starting with the shading process, because it really depends on what you are actually creating. So let's say we want to add something, I don't know, something like a fire. I will start with the red, reddish, not really that much of a red, something like, maybe something like this, maybe even orange, something like that. And I know I want at the end to be sort of smoked out, so I want something like this. This would be the final product that I want to add. I can just go for immediately going for a smoother path, and I can just go for a few extra colors between this, just so it actually starts looking a lot better. I'll just go with this color, and I'll just go with something like this here. I can duplicate this one just to actually create the slight changes to what we are actually creating right now. It's nothing really much. Let me just check this out. If I just position this here and sort of place this one like that, that could look pretty good. Also, there is one more thing that you can change now. As you know, incandescence actually wipes out the transparency. It overrides what is the transparency channel. But what is interesting about this now is that the ambient color we can actually use, and this will actually just affect the intensity of this color. So I can just now place it just a little bit higher, just so I can actually see what's happening. And now I'll just go back for a color, change it a little bit. I'll just add another one here and just push it about here. Nothing really much. I don't want to have a lot of extra details over here. We can just go something like this. Probably this one should go something similar to this, and this one definitely has to be changed, so we want to have something like that. It's pretty good, but we want to change something to something lighter. Let's just go for something like that. Yeah, something like this. It starts to look pretty good. So this is, at least for now, looking pretty good. I won't be changing a lot anymore on here. Only thing we can change now is playing with the waves and the noise that we've actually created. So as you can see now, if I add any noise over here, if you add too much noise, this is what will happen, and this is never a good option. So never work too much with the noise. I just want to add just as simple as possible noise, just so I can add a little bit more dynamic to this, but nothing really special. And I can work with the noise frequency, just so I can actually see what's happening. Okay, so let's just see this. It doesn't look that bad, but I could probably change the wave all the way down. I can just go for the transparency now, and we can work a little bit more over here if we want to. So I can just place this frequency really high, and as you can see, this is what's happening now. At this point, it doesn't look bad. But I don't want to have any really that much of attention when it comes to the actual flame, so I'll just leave it something like that. I can go for here. I pretty much did not do anything here at this ramp, and this is something that we can easily fix too. So now, as you can see, if I just keep adding the noise from the sides, also this happens. So that's not what we want. We want to just add a small noise and just see what's happening here. Actually, let's turn that down and see about this point. I don't think I would change anything actually. 0.5 looks pretty good. So this is basically what we get for now. It looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but it starts looking pretty good. So I'll just go back. And now I recommend you just guys to save this project. I'll just go for fire animation. That's not where we want it. I'll just go for here, and I'll just create a new folder and sword effects. We can just go like that. And let's just say flame. For instance, this would be the first one. I can create also now. Basically, since this is the fun part now, basically since we've created all these connections and everything looks pretty much finished, what we can do now is pretty easy. Now we can use everything from here and just change the actual shading and have different results. So now I can create also the fire, the smoke, the ethereal, some sort of a look if I just change the colors. It really just depends on the waves, noise, and the actual color that I've had here. So that's interesting part also too here. But now what we want to do is finish off this. So the first thing that I want to do, since this is also important part, I hope you guys did not delete the actual properties for the plane. If you did, I'd recommend you just create another plane and just place the attributes back there from the hypershade. But basically what you want to do now is just go for this polyplane and add a 4x4 like this. Okay, So what we're doing by this is just adding a few divisions, because we are actually going to use now the few deforms just to create a little bit nicer look overall with this. But before starting with that, of course, what we want to use is duplication of this plane around. So the way you can do this now is pretty easy. Actually, before doing that, let's just go for a poly shape. Yeah, this is also the part that you want to change. So at the render stats, you want to cast shadows, receive shadows, and hold out actually to be off. And I recommend you before actually duplicating this to just off it here, because every duplicate then will be having the same attributes. That's just saving some time there. Okay, so now what we can do is starting with duplication. So if I just duplicate now this to actual, let me just see, I would just go for a 90. So you just basically now want to create a few planes that will actually follow this. I'll just go for 45 and I'll duplicate one more for minus 45. It really depends on what is the actual effect, but this is basically what your animation is going to look like at the end for any modeler. But now, as you can see, if I just play it, we are starting to get that 3D effect over here that we actually wanted. We're having some sort of a lava look over here, and we are having the flames coming out, and that looks pretty good. But now what we want to work on, also if you just use now the actual smoothing process, you can see the differences easily. But for now, what I want to do is just go back and basically start off with a few deforms that I can create from here. So also my tip for this is basically, if you're creating this sort of animation, no matter if it's exactly this one or any, I recommend you just go for this render panel over here, go for a viewport, and make sure that the transparency algorithm is actually at a depth peeling. This will just help this whole process to be smoother, so the Maya is not confused with what actually is happening, and it will just overall be a little bit better for you guys to have it like that. Okay, let's just start now. So the first thing that I want to go with would be the twists. So I'll just go for a deform, nonlinear, and twist. Remember, I just selected everything and now I'm just doing the twists. So I'll just now turn this at 90. So it's actually, the twist is positioned in the way these actual planes are going. I'll just select these planes. Let me just check out why actually this is not now working with the smooth effect. I think it's actually working. Yeah. So now what I want to do is go for a twist, and I want to change the start ankle should go at one position, and the smooth, the actual end ankle should go at the other. And it really doesn't, it really shouldn't be much, something like this. As you can see now, I'm starting to get that sort of a curved look, and it looks pretty good, but I could probably go a little bit more. Now let me just check it out from the twist section, attributes. Let's just stop this. So I'll just maybe go something like that, and then just push this one a little bit like this. So nothing really much, but something like this would be working pretty fine. For now at least, this would be pretty good. Okay, and the next thing that we want to do is actually select everything and now go for edit, delete all by type history. So now we are left with just this. That starts to look pretty good. Now for us, also know that this for us now, if you just go here, it's pretty obvious that this actually has the planes on it, and it actually is created from the planes. But for the players, when it's everything in movement and everything, it would be really hard to notice how this everything is actually there. And it would be actually pretty hard to notice. It is not easy noticeable how this is actually created. So don't worry really about that if you're just now seeing it like it looks obvious or whatever. Okay, so now that we've done this, basically what we want to do is just go for another deform that we can create. It's actually not that sort of a deform, but let me just show you. It's a lattice option that we want to use here for creating a little bit more dynamics in this. Now you don't have to do this if you don't want to. If you're satisfied with where everything looks, I would just go to show you first of all what actually you can do. So you'll change the S divisions to 2, the T divisions to 2, and U divisions actually to 5. Now you want to create some sort of a, let me just see, this is the end point. So you want to create now, go for a lattice points, and now what you want to do is just start scaling things out a little bit. So this is basically what's happening here. I'm just going to scale things out a little bit with this, and by just doing this, now you can see that I'm actually starting to get this all in shape a little bit. Actually, it's not a little bit, it's a lot more and a lot nicer. I'll just push this down a little bit. Probably just this is too much, so I'll just turn it down like this. And now if I play animation, it starts to look pretty good. I would only probably move these ones too. I don't want this to be that much. You can change this in any direction that you want. Basically what we are doing now is just creating the deforms that we want to create for a little bit nicer look. So this is the first deform that you can actually use. If I just go back for the object mode, if I just go for everything and delete all by type, history, everything is pretty much done. And now what we can do is just go for combine like that. Okay, and the next thing that we can do is also fix things a little bit from UV editor. So the reason I don't have the actual image here is because I've turned it off. You can just turn off for easier seeing what's actually happening. So what you're going to do now here is actually change not so much of the visual style when it comes to geometry, but what you'll change is actually the timing that each plane is going to represent its pieces here. So if I just go now and scale things out like this, so for instance this first plane that I've selected will be something like that, the second plane that I've selected would go something like this, and the third one can go for something like that, and the fourth one, I believe, no, that's not the right one, and this is the right one. The fourth one can go for somewhere, actually the fourth one can be left like this. This is enough. So now basically the way you're changing this positions is actually changing also the timing of this whole animation, how everything is going to work at the end. So as you can see now, it's not that all pieces are going together in the same way. So the next thing that we can do now is just go for back, going for smooth. Let me just go back a little bit here just to check out. Let me just UV editor, just go and check things out from here. I believe I changed things a little bit too much. Let me just check this out. You don't want to go for too much changes because that's never good. You want to just create something like just a little bit, but that's basically what we are looking for. I'll just go again, just changing it a little bit so it starts looking a little bit better. Let me just check it out. Yeah, it's still unintact. That looks very good. Okay, so in my case I didn't want to really change a lot, but this is pretty good for now. And the next part that we can actually work on would be also with the geometry. So we can change things from geometry tool without any problem. So we can just scale things out, place them about the positions that we want. We can just scale it up at the any position that we want. I can just use this one and create it a little bit bigger and push it back in. and now as you can see I can do that also and create some nicer deforms of this whole animation. And this is pretty much the end of how everything should look. So now everything that is left for you guys basically here is just to find out what actually you want to create and pretty much just play with the shading. That's pretty much it. So if I just go back all the way for a Lambert, so you want to play with this part, you want to play with the actual noise in the ramps. So leave the ramp 2 as it is. You can change it a little bit if you want to. So for instance I can just go for, I don't know, probably shading out a little bit more. So we can just add a few more here and there that can actually help us with this whole process. Let me just select this so if I so I can show you what's actually happening. So if I just add another one, you can see how everything works together. If I just add another one here and just push it in, you can see how everything actually works. Same thing goes for the ramp 3. So if I just select it and just add a few more, you can see that from the sides now I'm actually starting to get a little bit more changes. I can add also the darker ones if I want to show things up a little bit and so on. I'll just push this one maybe a little bit out but a different color. I'll just go with something like this, and I would just probably go with something like this. Let me just go back. I'll just delete these two, since the white one is what actually deletes the final result pretty much, what's transparent. I just want to make sure that everything is pretty much set together the way I wanted it. Okay, also you can do this for the colors, so you can just play with the colors a little bit now. You can change the in this case the V wave. If you want to add any waves, you can just go for 0.05 or something like that and just add a little bit more of a wavy look and just play it again. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This is now the animation finished off with pretty low effort and pretty much nice and great result. And if you're worried about how much you're having with when it comes to the poly count, since we are actually using the actual polygons, it's really low. I'll show you right now. So it's display the poly count. So as you can see now, if I smooth it out, it's pretty much 1024 faces, which is not really that bad. It's really low for this animation. And that's it. I will guys now leave you at the end of this video the final result that I've created actually from this animation. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys in the next session. Hello guys, so in this extra session what I wanted to show you would be a few bullet attributes and things that we can do, basically the animations that we can do using the bullet plugin inside the Autodesk Maya. This works for every Maya, and this is the wrecking ball destroying the wall animation. So this is, I thought this would be a good introduction for you guys, basically for the bullet plugin and what you can actually do. We will also use some effects just for the shattering everything. And yeah, that's it. So let's get started. First thing we want to do would be just the simple creation of the wrecking ball. So we'll start off with the torus. We want to create the chains. We will place the 6x6 at the subdivisions. And now what we want to do is just go for, actually before doing that, we want to change also the section radius to about 0.2. Yeah, this would be pretty good. And we want to select everything now from here, from the bottom vertices, and just push them out like this. So we're creating some really simple chain, nothing really special going on at this point. And this looks pretty good, I believe. I would maybe just dump this a little bit more, and I would scale it down just a little bit so it's more proportional to the size of the actual wrecking ball that we are creating. Okay, so this would be pretty much it. Now what I want to do is just turn it around. Let's go for a 90 like this. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is duplicate, place it up. Now this is really important part. You want to have enough gap between these two sections over here. So I'll just place it about there. What is this? Let's say this is a -92. So let's place the exact numbers. I believe I can go for a straight 90 actually, yeah. So make sure you have enough gap between the top of the first chain and the second, also at the sides. So something like this would be pretty good. Now to speed up the process, we are just going to use the duplicate special and just keep duplicating everything. Actually, not the duplicate special, just a simple duplicate. I'll just go for my outliner just to see how much I actually have these for now. So about 28 would be fine. This is actually pretty enough for the whole chain. So yeah, this is pretty good. Now what we want to do is create the wrecking ball. I'll just scale it up a little bit. Okay, I want to place it around this area over here and connect it to the chain that we actually created. I can feel free to just scale it up a little bit more. Yeah, something like this now looks a lot better. And what I would do, well, for now I would not change actually that. This is pretty good for now. So the next thing that we want to do is, let me just turn off the grid since we don't really use it now at this point. The next thing that we want to do is actually combine this first chain that we created and this whole sphere over here that represents the balls. We're just gonna go for combine. And basically what I'm going to do now is just select everything, go for edit, delete all by type and history. This is really important part, so you want to change everything because we're gonna use it, the bullet. The bullet really does not allow you to make any bullet effects on the actual model while it has history on it. So yeah, that's really important. Also now we're gonna go back to our outliner and we're gonna select everything and now group it. This group could be called a wrecking ball, just so we can easier find it. And the next part is implementing that bullet attributes that we can do. So we're just gonna go for FX, and here, if you don't have the bullet loaded in, you can go for Windows Settings and Preferences, Plugin Manager, and here you can find it. It's a bullet.mll. Just load it and set it on auto load if you're gonna use it later on. And you should after that have this bullet attribute section over here and also this bullet over here panel. If you don't, just restart the Autodesk Maya and everything should appear. So let's go for a bullet, and we want to create an active rigid body, since this will be the actual body that will, the actual object that will go through the wall and crush it. So what we're gonna do is go for active rigid body, but we will want to change something. So in my case, as you can see, it's already set up. Basically what you will get is, if I just go for arrested settings, this is basically what you will get. So you're getting this collider shape type at a box, and this is the only place where we actually want to place the changes. So these actual changes over here, you can go immediately, but I wouldn't recommend, because we are going to use them, but not just yet. Let me just go and select everything again and just go for a bullet, just to make sure that I don't mess something up. So we will actually work later on with a mass, linear damping. We could work maybe a little bit on a friction later, but mostly we will work on that separately after everything is finished, since if we use any of these options right now, what will happen is that it will actually apply everything the same for each part over here. We don't want that. We don't want to change it that way. It's pretty fine the way it is. So only thing you want to change is just going for a collider shape type, and change it for auto compound. Now collider shape type, what it means is basically how everything inside this wrecking ball that we've created is going to be collided. And as you can see here, we don't have actual basically this is not the actual simple shape, so it's not the box, it's not the sphere, it's not really the capsule, it's something mixed up. And that's the reason why we're going to use the auto compound. Auto compound, what it does is just calculates each part of this whole group separately, and based on that calculates how to collide them together. So we're just going to click on auto compound and click apply and close, and just wait a little bit for this calculation to be actually finished. So let's just wait for that. And after this, what we're going to do is just simply start with a little bit of a motion, and then based on the motion we'll create the actual wall and also the floor, which is important really part in this whole animation. So we have to have something steady that will actually keep things together and not let them fall into basically abyss, because in that case this will be like the empty space that everything would be floating, and we don't want that. So that's the basic reason why we are doing what we are doing right now. Okay, so let's just wait for this. It should be over soon. It really depends on the performance of your computer, how fast it will do. So okay, now everything is done. If I just go back here, you can see now if I open each and every one of these inside my outliner that they actually have this rigid body section over here, and that's what we wanted. And you can feel free and just play this animation right now, and as you can see pretty much nothing happens. Our actual wrecking ball just falls down, and this is a good sign. So in case you don't have any collisions straight out, so it's like something is falling out of the place, that means that you've done this good for now and that you can move forward. If you have any troubles, I suggest you just delete this whole scene and start from scratch again, because you probably just forgot to place some of these functions the way they should be, or you forgot maybe to delete the history or something like that. Okay, so this is all good. Now we are having this pretty simple standard animation with a bullet for our actual wrecking ball, but what we want is actually the motion of the wrecking ball. So we want this to actually be floating around, so to be from one side to the other side, right? So the way you're gonna do that is basically by going to select this whole group, go for a V and then click D. So we want to change the pivot position here, and I'm just gonna push it all the way to the top. Okay, basically what I want to do is just place it in about the center of this final chain that we've created over here. And now what you can do is just push it at the side. Now this really depends. I believe this will be actually pretty good for now. So it starts from here, it will go somewhere over here. And if you've played at this point, you'll still see that actually everything is falling down. So we still don't have pretty much that motion that we want. And the reason for that is the things that we talked before, and that's the mass and the other parts of this whole bullet effect. So if you click this one, we'll take this first chain, the last chain, whatever, and use it as it is, for instance, stamped on, I don't know, probably some sort of other wall or something like that. So if we do that and look at this chain actually like that, what we can do is now go for these, this is the layered editor channel box, and if we push all the way down, we can see now the mass channel here that we saw before, and that's what we want to change now from here. So if you turn this to 0, what this does is basically creates turns off basically the bullet, any bullet information on this chain. Basically does not work with any animation. And now if you play this animation, you'll see that actually it starts to fall down perfectly. Now it takes some time, it depends really on a machine, but it takes some time to just get it rendered. But now you can actually see how this whole animation works, and you can see over here even what's actually happening. So this is pretty good for now. We are having the nice motion, but we still have a few changes that we want to create. So we will base on now for now on what we know. So the mass, if we just select everything here, you can see that every and each of these parts are having the same mass, and that's not what we want. So basically, if you look at the wrecking ball or something that is actually hanging on the other thing, most important thing about it is that it's actually the object that is actually hanging is a higher mass than that support that's keeping it hang out. So we don't have to change necessarily the mass of this wrecking ball, but we can change the mass of these actual chains over here. So we can place this to something really lower, since the chains are actually pretty low. So we're gonna place it on about 0.2, something like that. And we can play now the animation. So I'll just go for selecting everything, deselecting everything, and we can now play the animation. And now you can see that this will actually also boost the speed process of this whole chain and this whole wrecking ball, and that's what we wanted. And also, just to make sure that nothing really breaks down, since this is also the sort of a problem that sometimes happens with a bullet if you create too big mass or something like that. What you want to do is just select everything, and just let me see where it is. So here we have the linear damping, and this will just keep everything a little bit better. So we can change that. For now, I'll just place it on something pretty much really low. We don't have to go for something really high, so something like 0.15. And let's play this now again. And also note that all these informations that we are adding now in these attributes in this channel editor are actually working on the speed too. So this is looking pretty good now. We don't want to change anything. Let's say that we are satisfied with the way everything looks. So what we want to do next is start with creating the actual passive body over here, so the floor, and we want to create something like standard wall, pretty much nothing special. And also one thing that I will change is the colors. So I'll just go for these first. Okay, let me just go back for the modeling, and I'll just go for new material since we are going to actually probably later on batch this animation. So I'll just go for a Pongi. Let me just go for attributes, and at the Pongi what I can do is now place it at something darker, but not as dark as this part will actually be. So the wrecking ball should be even darker than what it is. Let me see. I'll place it something like this for now, just so we can actually see what's happening, at least for now. Later on I can add even more. I can go even with a V-Ray if I want to. It really doesn't matter. But for now, let's say that this is pretty good. Actually, let's do that. Let's just go for a V-Ray. I believe that will actually be a lot better. I did not add the V-Ray right now. I can go with the Arnold. I'll see what I'll do later on. I can probably load just the V-Ray again and then just go with the V-Ray. Okay, so let's just anyways start off with the wall creation. So first thing we want to do is probably just start off with a wall. So we want to create it. Now also know that this would be recommended, for me at least, this is kind of a recommended way, so the sorting of how things should be done. So first create the wrecking ball and finish the animation there, just so it actually follows, just so you can actually see where you should first of all place the actual wall. So for instance, I can see now that this is not bad position, but I can certainly place it maybe a little bit more out, and now we'll have that nice impact over here. Okay, let's just see this. Yeah, something like that. I can even go for maybe a furthermore. Yeah, like this. Okay, so this would be the position of my actual wall that I've created. I'll just now place it at the grid like that. It doesn't have to be perfectly, at least for now. And I'll just scale it down a little bit more, since we want this to be actually a thin wall. We don't want this to be something really hard to break. Okay, something like this. Now create the plane. This plane will basically represent our well, pretty much our floor section. You can feel free and just scale it all the way up, something like this for now at least. And now important part here is, you can turn off the grid. Important part here is now that you wanted this whole actual let me just go here. We want this wall to actually be placed right on the floor. So we don't want this to be floating around. We want it to be something about this at the bottom. So now that that is finished, we can start adding attributes to this whole section over here. And for this tutorial purposes, I won't go for really high number of effects because it will take a lot of time to just render it out, and it will take basically a lot of time to just show you what it actually is. But for tutorial purposes, we can go for something a little bit lower and just see what's happening. So first, let's start, for instance, with a wall. For the wall, what we want to do, also I'll just make sure my outliner is on. So we're gonna go for the FX and we're gonna go for the effects. Now this is a really fun thing. We can actually add a lot of effects just by using the effects section over here. And the specific one that we are now thinking of would be the scatter option. So we're just gonna go there. What we want to do, you're probably now at the surface. You want to place it at the solid scatter, and you want to go for a shard count and place it at 100 for now. The more, this basically is in how many pieces this wall will be destroyed. So if we just place a 1000, it will create 1000 pieces, and this is what I said, what I meant by changing the actual shard count. Will have you a lot of more details and a lot of more process to be done. So just for that, I think this will be pretty good, just to actually show the animation. So we want to place this shard count. You can call this whatever you want. I'll just leave it as solid shader. Shard count, you want to place in 100. Then a little bit down here, you want to set this triangle surface back to off. So we don't want this triangulate surface. And at the original surface, what you want to do is delete the actual original surface. Now before doing that, I recommend you change everything you want. So for instance, I want to change this wall name and I want to add it a new actual attribute. So I'll just go for a Pongi again. We can place for something like, I don't know, something like probably this. So this would be pretty much the color that we want to have for the wall. And also, if you want to create any extra details on this wall, you can just do it pretty much now, because the most important part of this whole process is deleting the history. So we don't want any history after we add the animation. So once we add the animation, actually this is the final piece. We don't want to change anything. So for instance, what you can do, I don't know, you can do pretty much anything you want. If you want to add some extra faces or anything, you can do that. I will just go and go for a modeling real quick. I just want to add something really simple, nothing really much, just to create a sort of a little bit better shape or something. So I'll just go for faces over here and I'll just extrude them out to like that. And I can actually use these ones too. Oh, we did not select the other one. Yeah, now we are. Okay, I just want to create something really simple. You can even go with the smoothing option if you want to. It will just take a little bit more time to create the shatter effect out of it, but it's pretty much the same. And now let's play this animation one more time before I start the actual process, just so I can actually see what's going on. So as you can see now, everything is a little bit higher than what it should be. So before starting the animation, what I want to do is just push things down a little bit now. Like that. Even a little bit more. Like this. So it's hitting about the middle section. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, so now we can go for the effects. So FX, effect, go for the shadow object, and go for apply. Yeah, now I have to change. I forgot. I'm saying it, I forgot. So delete all by type history, and now go for the effect, shatter, apply. And now as you can see, that's basically the problem that you can get. So if you don't delete the history, basically you will not be able to use the shadow effect. And now you just want to wait for some time for this shadow effect to be loaded, and then we're gonna continue actually with this whole piece. Okay guys, so now everything is finished with the shadow effect. Like you can see, I've changed a couple of options. So basically what I've done is just created this wall, pretty simple, just a standard, but instead of doing that, the details that we had here, what I've done is added more shard count and more details, the shattering. So pretty much now if we leave it like this and just play it, not much will happen. So as you can see, my actual wrecking ball is falling down, but it just passes through, nothing happens. So we have to add now the dynamics to this whole effect that we've done, and to this actual floor that we've created and everything. So let's start with the floor. Floor is the most simplest thing that we have to actually work on. So basically what we will do is just go for a bullet and go for a passive rigid body. And that's pretty much it when it comes to the actual floor. Nothing else will be changed. And now what we want to work on would be the this scatter that we've created over here. So as you can see, this is basically how the grid everything looks now. So everything is scattered all over the place. And now if we select this solid shatter, what you can see here is now these shards. We have 200 shards now created over here, and it looks pretty good. Now what we want to do is just let me check it out. Yeah, everything looks good. So what I want to do now is just add effects, a few effects actually, at this. So the first thing I want to do is create a set of rigged bodies over here. This helps us with all these shards together. And now if I play this, you'll see that now my wall is actually breaking down to pieces. But now we are having another problem here that we need solving. So basically we don't want this wall to just fall by itself, so just to scatter all over by itself. We want this wrecking ball to actually be the influencer to this whole wall that we've created. So I'll just turn this back now to the frame 1. Also what I've changed is just a number of frames a little bit, just so we can see the full animation. I can go even further. I can place it on maybe, I don't know, the 300 now. It really doesn't matter. As long as everything is correct with the animation, we can just go furthermore with the keyframes. So what you want to do now for this problem is going for a bullet solver. So we're just gonna go and select that, and now here are a few changes that we need to do. So the first thing we want to go for would be this, let me just see how it's called, the solid shatter 1 sentinel state. Set initial state, sorry, solid shatter 1 set initial state. So this is first thing we want to change. If you get inside here, you can see the few options, well, quite a few options that we can work on. And if you just pull this down, the rigged body attributes, you will get this initial condition, and this is what we are actually going to work on too. But the first part is the first problem. So as you can see, once I play this animation, what happens is that my wall actually has that sort of a dramatic shattering, and we don't want that. We want this to be pretty simple. so nothing really this dramatic. And the way we can fix that is by going for this box collision shape type again. So it's the same process basically as we done for the active rigid body. And now we're gonna go for the hull. We're gonna place that, and we're gonna change this collision shape margin. This is what will actually affect this whole way of how the shards are displaced from the original spot, and we'll place that at 0. And now if I play this, let me just turn this all the way back. Sorry, let's just stop this, and I'll turn it back. So the hull and the 0, and now if I play it, you can see that actually everything starts to fall down. So that's basically the effect that we were looking for. So we want everything to fall down. We don't want this to be scattered all over the place. Since this is the wall, we don't want this to go that way. Since the wrecking ball wouldn't really have that sort of effect in our case. And now what we can do is just go back again. And since as soon as we play this animation, it starts crumbling. We don't want that. We want the crumbling to happen once we have this active rigid body touching this whole wall. So the way we can do that is by this initial conditions. We have two different ways we can change this. You can either go with the glue shapes, so you can allow the glue and glue baking threshold just change it to higher. By doing that, everything will be basically stapled, glued together, and by doing that you would have to change the mass of the actual wrecking ball just to have enough mass, enough force to actually break through this wall. But instead of doing that, what you can simply do is just go for initial sleeping option right over here. So if we just place this as active initially sleep, and if I just go back now and play this animation again, as you can see, pretty much nothing happens with my actual wall. It's pretty simple. It still stands still, and it won't be actually affected until my wrecking ball gets into the touch with this whole wall. And now, as you can see, once my wrecking ball passed through, it starts to crumble all the way together. And now there are a few changes, few fixes that we can actually do. Let's just let this go all the way. Okay, so everything falls down, and that's pretty much it. That's what we wanted. But now what I can do is change the colors. For instance, if I just go for shatter interior, you could see that there are actually the white part, the yellow parts, and that's not what we want. So what you can do is simply go here and just take the same color as you had for the exterior of this. Also, what we can do is few changes at the speed section for the actual wrecking ball. So what you can do is select everything, and now I just have to check where that actually is. If I just go back all the way down, I think it's actually not even here. It's the bullet solver, I believe. Bullet solver shape, yeah. So select the bullet solver one, go for bullet solver shape here at the channel editor. And what you can fix here or just change a little bit would be this gravity and this internal fixed frame rate. So we want to place this at a higher, actually the highest one that we can absolutely take. And now the gravity is something you can tweak if you want to. Let me just save this project for now real quick. Basically what this will allow you to do, let me just go back for this bullet shape. So what will this allow you to do is just have a little bit more force. For instance, if you just add, you don't have to go really high with this, but if you change this, you might want to change the mass again and some other parts and effects of our whole scene, because as you can see now, everything is going pretty well together. Now don't mind about this whole piece over here. The reason for this problem is basically because my animation is slowly rendered. If I just do the batch render of this, it could probably be well, since this is actual, this should be the actual position of my wrecking ball, but it did not get there in time. So as you can see, also this is what would happen. We would have a lot more let me just see if this is the right position. We would have a lot more bouncing at the wrecking ball, so that's also something that would pretty much happen. As you can see from here, this is all the way where actually wrecking ball would be. I don't want to really change this. I don't really want to work with that, but if you change it, just know that you will actually have to probably change mass in case everything, if in case something breaks here or something like that. That's the only thing you want to change. So you want to go back and change the mass, probably change the linear damping again, just to straighten out that final result a little bit better. And let's just turn this all the way back and play it again, just to see if everything works correctly now. It should pretty much. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's see it one more time, and then I will just batch render this and show you guys the final result that I've got. But let's just see how this works for now. And the motion starts. Yeah, the braking also starts, so everything looks pretty good. Here's the brake part, everything is breakdown, and that's it. That's pretty much it. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. I will leave you guys with the final render in after the video, and I'll see you guys in one of the next sessions. Okay guys, so in this session what I wanted to show is the actual exercise for the bullet plugin and the glass shattering effect that you can create, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to show you just a little bit more in depth on what you can actually do and how you can actually use the bullet for the certain animations. As you can see, I have here already done animation. So this is basically the bottle that is hitting this well, pretty much hitting this floor that I've created over here, and breaks into pieces. This is at frame 38 at this point. If I just move back, you can see how everything actually started. So this is the bottle that we are actually having, and it's falling down. So we are having the animation of the glass scattering, we are having the animation of falling. Everything is there. Now what I wanted to show is actually how to create this from scratch. So I'll just go now for the new scene and we can start. So there's a few things and a few steps that we want to go through. So let me just first enable my grid. So basically what you want to do first is create the object. So what I'm going to do is create, you can use any other basically object. I will create now in my case the bottle. I don't really want to focus much on this shape of the bottle and creating really in a high detail or anything like that. We want something pretty simple, just for the sake of the animation. So I'll just now delete these faces. I'll just go over here, add my front view, and I'll just go for the edges actually, and start with the extrusion. So this is really simple thing to create. I'll just go for about half. From here what I can do is start off with slight adjustments. I'll just go a little bit more. And let's go about here, and now I can just create one more extrude, something like this. So this will be a pretty nice bottle that we can crack with the animation. So I'll just now go for a few more details around, just so it's not really that simple, just a little bit more details into it. I'll just go for the bottom, change it a little bit. Okay, let's extrude one more time, like that. I can just go now for my front view just to see how this actually looks. I'll put this about here. Now what I can do is just also go for few details at the top, and that's pretty much it. So first important thing when it comes to the detailing and working with the effects in Autodesk Maya is really just to make sure your models that you want to use for the animation are actually finished. Let me just see if there's enough lines. Yep. So make sure that everything is finished all the way from the modeling process to the actual texturing process, so you don't have to worry about any changes or anything whatsoever. The reason for that is because we are actually in need to delete the history of the certain model that is used. So and once we are done with that, and once we add the animation, we are not able to create any additional changes, so we would have to do from the scratch again. Okay, so we are now having the simple model that will be used for the glass scattering. Only thing left is to add the material, so I'll just use this mental ray materials at this point. So I'll just go for the Maya X. This material is pretty easy to use, really simple, and most importantly it has the preset of the actual glass, so this is the reason why I'm actually using it. So I'll just go for the glass stick and go for the replace all, and as you can see it's pretty much the simple glass over here. So the next thing we want to do is go for edit, delete all by type history, and now we are ready to actually create the whole animation. So the first thing we want to do is go for the FX, and we want to add the actual scattering effect. Now we'll do this a little bit differently than what we've done in previous session with the wrecking ball and everything. So if you recall, what we've done is actually using the solid shatter, and now I'll just explain a little bit more about what actually this means and how these effects actually work. So as you can see, crack shatter, basically what it does is creating the cracks around the certain object, and this is not helpful for our animation now at all. Solid shatter is pretty good, but it's used for the type of projects and objects that are most similar to the actual wall animation that we use. So we would from the solid shatter actually get some solid chunks of pieces from the certain object, and that's pretty cool for that type of the animations. But again, that's not really what we want. The glass does not the glass is not affected that way. So what we would use is the surface shatter, and we will work with this. Now I'll just reset my settings here just for the sake of this tutorial. So basically what's happening here is that now we want to change things around here. This is where we could actually use the shatter effect in the right way, in a stable way of this whole animation, whole process, to make sure that everything works correctly and in desired form that we want. So the first thing we want to change obviously would be the shard count. For the sake of tutorial, I would not go higher than 200, but note that the higher the shard count, the higher quality of this whole animation will be, because more parts will be separated, you will have more pieces, and it will just look a little bit better, if I can say it like that. So you can feel free to just place the shard count on higher level. I won't for the tutorial. Extrude shards, what this does is basically, and we will use it, so what this does basically is that it allows us to actually make one important change when it comes to the actual pieces. And what it does is that actually this creates that extrusion of each piece that is separated. If we do not use the extrude shards, when each of these if I can say faces are separated and placed as a simple shard or the piece, we would be seeing the inside of these faces that are extruded the first time, and we would have that holes that we don't want. So the way we can fix that is by just changing these extrude shards to the negative value, and you don't want to go really high. I mean, it really depends on what you're actually animating at this point. So for our case, we would not go higher than 0. I don't know, maybe 0.1. I would probably maybe even go less than this. I would maybe go for 0.05, something like this.
but just to make sure that you can see what's actually happening, I will leave it at 0.1, but I would probably go lower a little bit from there. But for the tutorial, I'll show you like just what you can actually, just so you can actually see what's happening. So leave that there, and the last thing that you want to change is this post operation. So in case your post operation is set on any of other these settings except the shapes, you want to change it to shape. So we want to maintain the shape of this whole bottle that we created, or any other object that you're actually creating. So you want to make sure that after everything is shattered into pieces, it actually comes back in the same form as it went out. So make sure that that's checked out. You don't want to if you don't want to use the triangular surface, you don't have to. I will use for this animation, so I'll just keep everything. And the most important part, and where's some significant change between the actual wrecking ball animation that we used for the wall, so is this original surface. We want to keep the original surface, so we don't want to hide it, we don't want to delete it, we want to keep it, and we'll tweak that later on manually. So we don't want to use any of these options, because we will use actually the original ball for this animation, and then we'll have that small gap in the animation where our original ball will actually disappear, and our shard ball will happen to be there at the whole point where the actual bottle hits the floor and then starts the shattering process. And that's pretty much it. Now what we want to do is just click create and wait for this to be finished. Okay, so now that that is finished, you can see now the difference between, if I just go for the outliner just to show you, you can now see the difference that we've created here and what actually is happening. So now everything is set and done, and we can start with the actual bullet animation that we can use here. So what you want to do and what you want to make sure you selected is the actual all shards from here. So the first thing you want to do is just go for the from the shard 1 to the last shard that you have. And also this is all one of the important parts of this whole shatter effect. So as you can see, I placed 200 pieces to be created from here, and what Maya did is create 192 shards actually. And that's the thing that happens basically with this shatter effect. So don't worry about it. It's basically the calculation of these number of faces that you have that the Maya can split and actually create the shard from it. So that's the reason why we did not get the round 200 pieces, but 192 pieces. So now what you want to do is just select everything from here and basically just go for the bullet. So if you're not here, what you want to do is just go for the FX and go for the bullet, and you want to create the active rigid body. Go for the checkbox first, and what you want to make sure is that this is pretty much the default settings here now, and what you want to make sure that this changes this collider shape type. So you want to make sure that this is the auto compound. Click that and just go for the apply and close and wait for this whole calculation of this rigid body option to be finished. Okay, so now my also bullet animation is finished for all these shards, and now you can see that you have this bullet solver. And before starting anything else with this animation, I recommend you just to check it out. So the easiest way is just to go for the performance sake into the wireframe mode and just hit play. In this point, at this stage of the animation, what would actually happen is basically the explosion of the actual bottle. So if I just stop this animation right here, you can see that actually my ball is starting to explode just randomly, and we will fix that a little bit later. First thing we want to create is the actual floor, so where the shatter will happen. So the easiest way to create that is by simple plane. We'll just now scale it up to the right size. I'll just go for something really big, something like this, and I'll just place it, I don't know, let's just go for this shaded mode. I'll place it about here. This will be pretty much the position I want. At this point I can just turn off the grid, and that's pretty much it. Now what I want to do is just change the material that we are using at our floor. So I'll just go for something like Pong E. I want some reflections, so I'll just use something like that. I can create the color, and that's pretty much it. Now what I want to do is just create again the bullet passive rigid body. Go for the checkbox, and now make sure that this is at the box, because our plane is basically in that shape, so we can easily use the color shape type as the box, and just hit apply and close. And now we've created the passive rigid body and the active ones. Now what we want to do and what we want to work on is the actual effects on these shards before anything else. So we just want to work a little bit more on the bullet animation for the shards. So I'll just hit again from the first shard all the way to the last one, just to make sure I actually selected it. Okay, and select every shard that we have here. And now what we want to do is start off by changing some things at the channel editor. So first thing I want to change is the actual mass. This will help us in improving the actual fall down of this whole bottle. Just to make it a little bit more realistic, we need to add some mass to this glass. So I'll just go for something like 10. And now immediately what I can change also is the friction. So I don't want much of the friction between the bottle and the actual surface that we will be where the whole process will be created. So I'll just go for something like half. I'll just go for 0.5. What I can also change here is just this linear damping and the angular damping. So at this point we can change these numbers based on few tries. What I found out is that 0.1 at the linear damping and 0.5 on the angular is looking pretty good for the animation, so I will stick with that numbers, but you can play around with these numbers anytime, basically with all these numbers, and just find what suits you the most based on what you're animating. The next thing that we can change from here pretty much would be at the bullet solver. So I'll just hit on this bullet solver. I'll just go for the attribute editor, and I'll go for the bullet solver shape. Now here is some things that we want to change. First, actually let's start from the beginning. So the first thing that we can see here is that start time. The start time basically represents the time where this whole bullet animation will be starting, and at this point what happens is actually that our animation starts at the frame 1, and we don't want it. We want this to be after the bottle hits the floor, and let's say that we want this bottle to hit the floor at the frame 40, for instance. Basically what we want to do is change the start time to the end frame, or the frame that actually is meant to be for the bottle to hitting the actual floor. So I'll just place it at a 40. What I can do next, actually I'll place this at a 30, maybe something like this is a little bit better. Also what I want to change is the quality of this whole animation. So that's the next thing, internal fixed frame rate. If we place this at the highest, it will give us a better result of the whole animation. And that's really important, so I just want to place it on 240 Hertz. And from here what I can change also would probably be the, I don't know, let's see, the gravity. So the gravity will just give us a little bit more realistic look when it comes to the actual falling of the bottle and how everything transforms. And usually the number or the value that's used is -90, so this pretty much fixes everything and looks pretty realistic and good for the animation. But also you can just play around a little bit with this based on your mass and the friction and everything, but in our case we'll use the minus or the -90 for the value of the gravity. At this point pretty much everything is set up. So what's next to be done is the actual animation of this whole bottle to hit the floor. Now note that we are still having this shards, so the shard group, and we are still having this main piece or the original bottle that we've created. So we want to make sure that both of these meshes, both of these objects are actually same with the animation. So the easiest way to do that is basically just to push this original ball back to this whole group of these shards, and now we can animate everything in one. So that's just a shortcut and a little bit easier way to just animate everything from scratch. So now that we've done that, so we moved the original bottle to the group of this whole shards, we can select this whole group and we can start with the animating process of this whole falling part. So I'll just go back for my front view, and as you can see now, we can see where the actual floor is, and this will be starting point. So at the starting point, I don't want to change pretty much anything. So we are at the frame 1, and at the translate we want to set key. So this will be the first frame, and this will be where our animation is going to start. But now things change at the frame 30. So this is based on where your start frame of the actual animation is. So in my case it's the 30, as we placed it on a bullet solver. So that's the point where the actual bottle should be in connection or have the interference with the floor and start scattering. So what I will do now is just go for the frame 30, and I'll just push this whole bottle at the bottom and try to make it as close to this actual floor that I can, so it just starts to have the connection, the interference here. And at this point, so it's -13, I'll just go for translate again and set key. And by doing this, we've animated these all two pieces together in one pretty simple animation for the falling. If you add, you can even add the rotation, you can change the positions, you can do pretty much anything that you want right now from this position, but I'll just do it pretty simple. So simple fall. And now what's left to be done is the problem when it comes to the actual animation itself. The speed could be the problem with this animation when it comes to the falling. What you want to do is just select this surface shader group that we've created. You want to go for the window, and you want to make sure that you go for the animation editor and graph editor here. And now at this point you can see that we are having some lines. Now in my case, at the default, these lines are all linear, so I'll just change them now to something that probably is the way everything looks for you guys. So it's the auto, that would be the default settings, I believe, in Maya, if you did not change it. And if you added a rotation or anything, scale maybe, I don't know, you would have some more options here. I have just the translate, and you would probably have the rotation also and the scale. What you want to change is this, in our case, this translate Y. So basically I don't have to work anything on X and Z because we have no animation on it, so everything is pretty much the straight line at 0. But what happened, where the magic happens basically, is at this translate Y. As you can see, we're having this line following perfectly, but then it starts to slow down here, and we don't want that. So the easiest way to fix this is by selecting this end vert here and selecting this this second vert that is created over here for the purpose of moving, and then just move this whole line to look something like this. So basically now we'll have the straight line coming forward all the way in the same speed from the beginning to the start, and it will just create a little bit nicer finishing touch, if I can say it like that. So now let's close that up, and pretty much the animation is finished. But there is a few other problems. Actually, there is one more problem that we have to fix. So as you can recall, we still have that original bottle and these shards together, and if we play this animation, everything would look pretty good. So the bottle will go down, it will hit the floor, and it will start scattering. But what would be our problem is now that we would have the shards, the pieces all over the place, but still have also the original bottle showing off, and we want to fix that. So we want to make sure basically that when our bottle is hitting the floor, that our original ball is now hidden. And also what we want to make sure is that while this falling is happening, we don't see the actual shards. So the easiest way to fix, and this is the part which I said before at the beginning, that we do not want to change, delete original surface or to hide it or anything. So we'll do this manually. What you want to do is start with the first shard. You want to use this all shards, select all the shards together and go for the frame, one frame more than what is the ending frame. So in my case, if the end frame and the frame which is representing the moment that ball hits the floor is 30, I'll go for 31. So now I go for frame 31. I'll just wait for this to be loaded and I'll show you guys what actually we have to do. So basically it's all about now hiding the certain parts and showing off the right ones. And the reason why we did not delete the actual bottle, the original bottle that we had, we could, but we would have a lot more work to be done. So the first, what we would have to use is probably some gluing or some different options like that, if it's even possible. Did not try it really, to make sure that our pieces are not broken while they are falling down to the floor. So the easiest process for us at this point is actually to make sure that we just hide the certain parts and then show them at the real time that we need. So let's just see if this is loaded. It should be. Let me just go back. Yeah, it should be. So now what I want to do is let me just see if all is on the right track. So for some reason this parts did not fall correctly. Let me just check that out. If I just go for this whole piece and go for the frame 31, let's check out what's happening over here. It should be placing it correctly, if I'm right. I hope it did not place the actual translate animation really just for the one part here. It should be for both parts. Yeah, as it seems we did not work through all of these. Let me just check out the shards. Yeah, the shards did not affect really at this point at all. I'll just have to do that. I think I forgot to do that too. So let me just fix that real quick. Okay, so for some reason my animation was not placed right on the shard, so I just had to reanimate this whole process of falling from the frame 1 to frame 30. Nothing really special, just had to reframe everything again. So now that I'm at frame 31, what I want to make sure is that when I go for this channel editor, you can see that the visibility is on at this point for the shards. If I just select all the shards now, you can see that all shards are now visible, and that's what we want from frame 31. So I'll just make sure that that's right. So I'll just go for key select and everything should be placed pretty good. Now what I want to do is go for the one frame back, so the frame 30. If we just go back for the frame 30, at this point you can see that it's still visible, and that's not what we want for the shards. So at this point it's not broken ball, it's nothing happening at this point. So what we want to make sure is that now we turn this visibility to off. So I'll just hit here off and just go for the visibility and key select again. And now what we made sure is that our actual shards and actual effect that we've created is not shown until the frame 31. And the rest is now just to make sure that this bottle, this main piece over here, is actually seenable from the frame 31 but not seenable at the frame 31. So if I just go back for the frame 31 now, okay, let's just wait for this to be loaded again. I will just do inverse. So I'll now from the frame 31 make sure that my actual bottle, as you can see here, is now invisible. So I'll just go for off and I'll just go for key selected, and now at the frame 30 I'll just go and make sure that it is on.
So I'll just now go for the on and key select this. And now if I just play this animation, now it'll be a little bit slow. I'll leave you guys with the batch render and final result at the end of this. With a simple actual original ball showing, and at this point at the frame 31 my original ball that's not with any effects disappears, and the shard ones are actually coming into place where everything starts to crumble. And that's pretty much what we wanted. So now as you can see, everything disappeared and my bottle starts to crack open. If I just stop the animation about here, you can see now that my other is not there at all, and everything starts to crumble and everything is scattered to pieces. And that's pretty much it. Now I will just make sure that this scene is renderable and just render it out so you can guys actually see what's happening within the final render. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. If you don't, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't understand this process, I recommend you just go a couple times through this just to make sure that everything is right in the place. And that's pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next project. So I worked a little bit on the changes, and what I basically changed is just, let me show you guys at the bullet solver. I started the actual animation at the 15, and so I had to change the whole falling animation again to the frame 15. And that's pretty much it. And now as you can see, and what if I hope you understand, is that this little loop that we've created between the frame 15 and 16 is actually what's making this whole animation work properly. So that's disappearing the effect that we wanted to create for our original bottle and for our shards. So now everything works pretty fine, and it hopefully will work at the right speed. So I'll just now guys render this for you and leave it at the end of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next session. Hello guys, so in this session what I wanted to show you would be again the glass shattering effect, but now it will be a little bit different. I thought it would be a nice exercise to show you off guys just how else you can create this, and this is actually one of the easiest ways that you can create the glass shattering effect. The whole goal of this animation, this session here, would be just to have the glass object that will be broken by the obstacle that will be coming forward to it. And for all this process we will be using the basic animation, and we'll be using the nCloth. And this is the reason why I actually wanted to show you all guys once again the shattering effect, because this is also one of the ways that you can actually create the shatter effect, and it's pretty cool. The quality, in my own opinion, is not really the same or as good as it can be from the shattering effect and so on, but it's pretty cool and pretty easy. So for you guys that you want to save time and yet have some sort of an animation, this would be pretty good to have. So like always, first thing we want to do is create our scene. So we want to create the glass, and we want to create the obstacle and the floor and everything. So I'll start off with the glass. First thing I want to do is just go and change again here the number of subdivisions. I would probably change just the scale like that. Let's go for about this position. So I'll create something really simple. Again, I don't want to really mess too much now with the modeling part, because it's not really the main thing here. And we'll just start doing this. So we're just going to create some pretty simple glass like that. So I'll just, I don't know if I should go one more maybe.
let's see. And this could be looking pretty good. So now what I want to make sure is that my actual faces from here are down. So we'll place them about here, and what we want to do is scale them in. Like that. And now what I want to make sure is that I have the top face over here. And now what I can do is just use these faces from here, from the sides, just to fix things a little bit with topology, because in our case now with animation comes in, it really is not important as it was before with the whole process of deleting the history and everything, but just for the sake of performance and everything, I want to make sure that this is actually going the way it should. So I'll just now scale this up a little bit and push it up here a little bit like that. Okay. So like I said before, it's not really that important. You don't have to really worry about the history of this whole model now, but it's better to just make sure that everything is finished before start, like always, just so you don't have to worry about modeling and idea of modeling later on. So we'll just create all the necessary details. I'll just push this down now, like this. And that is pretty much it. This would be something that we will break. So now I'll just have to add the material. I'll actually leave it at the position where it is. We don't have to change that. So I'll just add now a few extra edges before we start the whole process. So let me just finish off with this edge over here. I don't know if I would add anything at the bottom. Nope, probably not. Then we want to add one here. I would probably have to add another one here, just to make sure that that sticks down there. And I'll add one over here, just so we keep that shape the way we want it. Okay, so this is pretty much it. This would be the glass that we will actually be breaking. So what I'll do now first would be adding a material. So I'll just go for the materials, mantle ray, Maya X, so pretty standard. Go for the preset, and I'll just go for the glass stick in our case for now. And now the next thing I want to do is make sure that I smooth this only in one division for now. So this is the first part. We're gonna smooth this out like that. Actually, let's just go for the shaded mode. Maybe, I'm not sure if I wanted to make sure it's seen all with the whole animation at this point, with the whole material at this point. I just want to make sure that I can see what's going on. Okay, so once we smooth it out, what we want to do is go for the mesh tools. So this is now the part that we'll be actually doing manually. Go for the multi-cut and start cutting this whole model basically. So now we are creating pretty much our own animation and our own scattering with this tool. So I'll just go and keep making these cuts all over the place. So it really doesn't matter. You just want to make sure that you have enough cuts just so you can actually create that animation later on. So I'll just go for maybe something like this and like that. Let's see if there's anything else. So just feel free and go around and just start cutting everything like I did. Okay, let's just wait for this to be finished now. I made a lot of cuts. Again, the more cuts you add, basically the more details you will have, but you can see now about what's happening exactly. And I would say that for now this would be looking pretty good. So this would be the end for us. The next thing I want to do, and what I want to make sure that is done, is going back for the object and now smooth it once again. So I'll smooth this now basically for the high poly. So we'll just go for doubling, and now you can see that this is actually a pretty high poly, and we created a lot of mess around this area. Actually, let's try something out before doing this. Let me just see if I don't think I even have to go for the doubling this. Let me just go out of this so we can see it. I don't think we don't have to go for that high poly actually. Yeah, this would be pretty good. Just for the tutorial purposes now, I'm looking for just so I don't have much of the waiting for the whole animation to be loaded and everything. I'll just leave it at this point. Okay, so the next thing we want to do and next thing we want to work on actually would be just by going for the effects. Before doing that, make sure that you just now select all the vertices that you have inside your model and go for the edit mesh and go for detach. This will allow you to actually have that separation, so you can now feel free to just use any of the faces that we have currently and just use them to extrude them from this whole piece, so we can just detach them and place them whatever we want. And that's basically, by doing that, we basically created the actual pieces from this whole section. And now what we want to go is the effects. Make sure that you selected the glass and go for the nCloth and go for the create the nCloth. So just hit that. And now by doing this, as you can see, we are getting this nucleus around here, and that's what we wanted. So let's just go back so we can see where it is, and that's pretty much it. Now we've created the nCloth. We assigned the nCloth to this glass that we created, but now if I play this at this point, probably nothing much would happen. This whole piece would just crumble down, and as you can see, this is what I've talked before, so this is enough for my performance sake faces. But feel free to just go for the smoothing on subdivisions too, but make sure that you smooth out before you actually start cutting, so the number of divisions is worked also before you cut. Usually it's not like must, you don't really have to, but I recommend you just do it before. Okay, so the next thing we want to do and look for, and in our case, would be just to create the floor. So in our case, this now pretty much just falls down without any effect. So what I want to make sure is that I have the floor that will be actually downside here. So I'll just create something like this, and I'll just go for the front view, and I'll push this down about here. Now I'll just immediately create the scene for my model just before we start animating it. So I'll just extrude this part also. I believe this would be enough. So I'll just go now for the modeling, again go for the insert edge loop, and I'll just add a few loops here and there just so we make sure that, so now I'll just add the loops just so we make sure that everything looks the way it should. I'm not sure even if I want this one. I don't want this to be pretty much straightforward. I would probably delete this edge, this edge over here, just so it actually falls down a little bit. Let's delete this one too. So we have something like that. That's looking pretty bad at this point. Let's just make sure that we delete also the vertices, just so we can actually see what's going on. So something like this is better. Something like this is much better, but I'll just go now for the bevel, just so I make sure that this... oh sorry, I did not use the whole piece here.
I want to make sure that everything is connected together like that. Okay, now this looks better. So I'll just go for the 5 and that would be pretty much it. So this would be our scene, and this would be pretty much our floor. I'll just push this a little bit more out, and now immediately we have the back for the rendering. So what I'll do now is just go for adding a material. I'll make sure that it's the Pong E, so I'll just go back for the Pong E now. And the color could be left the way it is. Okay, so that's pretty good. So yeah, now what we want to do with the actual floor, since in our case right now it doesn't really do pretty much anything, it still would be our glass falling into abyss pretty much. So what we want to do and what we want to make sure is to go at the FX and go for the nCloth and just create the passive collider. And what will this allow us now is to actually have this glass hit the floor and break. And that's a good start, but that's not what we want, what we really want at this point. We still don't want that, because the reason for that is because we want to have another collider, another obstacle that will fly through. So something like a bullet, something like a brick, it really depends on what you're creating, but something like that will actually go through this glass and then create that shattering effect. So in order to stop this from happening, so from glass to hit in the floor, what we want to do is make sure to select your let me just go back for this shade mode. So what you want to do is make sure that you select your your glass or whatever active nCloth you created, and now you can either do it from here or you can go from the outliner. It really depends on what you want. So in outliner you can find the end nucleus, the same thing that's here. And at the end nucleus you can see a lot of options, and pretty much these are the options the same that we used at the particle, at the fluids. So pretty much the same thing. As you can see, there is a gravity and a wind, and this gravity here is what pulls the actual glass down and creates this whole animation, this whole scattering effect from the glass hitting the floor. So make sure that gravity is at 0, and now you're fixed and good to go. So pretty much nothing will happen now. Our actual glass will pretty much stand still here, and that's what we wanted. Now what we want to do is just make sure that we create the collider, the second one. So I'll just go for creating something really simple. So I will go probably with something like this, but I'm not sure even if I want to use that. I will just go for something even easier. So I'll just go for simple shapes. I don't really want to create something crazy. I'll just go for simple shapes and make sure that that shape is just following the lines perfectly the way they should. So I'll just create a pyramid and I'll just rotate it for 90. And that pyramid is what actually will break the glass. Now I'll just go for my side view just so I can see where the actual hitting will be. So this is the animation basically that we have. This is what will happen. So our pyramid will start at the frame 1 from here, travel all the way inside, break this glass, break everything to pieces, and this will make this whole glass crumble. So that's what we want. I'll just push this to about here. This would be a good position, and I'll make sure that this now has its own material. So we'll go for I don't know if I want to use the actual, I'll use the Maya material. We'll see the preset that they're having for maybe something like a plastic pearl finish, matte plastic. There's a rubber, stained metal. We can use the rubber. This wouldn't be bad. We can create something like this and just make it fly through, so that would be pretty good.
So now the rest of this is basically the animating process of this part coming all the way from here to there. But before starting that, what we want to do is make sure that our our pyramid is actually also a passive collider. So we'll just go to the FX, we'll go for the nCloth, and we'll do for create a passive collider. So this will make sure that our actual pyramid here, once it's in touch with the glass, it will break it. So that's good. Now we've created everything, and now we can start with the animating process from the frame 1 to, let's say that the hit would be, let's say this is the frame 1, so set key here. I'll just click the S, and now at the frame, well, I don't know, let's say frame 30. I'll just go for the frame 30. At a frame 30, I'll make sure that this flies through all the way here. So set key again. So now we've created a pretty much simple animation, and let's play this just to see what's actually happening. So now you can see that my pyramid is actually traveling from here, coming closer. As I said, this stands pretty much still, nothing happens. And now here the breaking actually happens, and you can see now the effect that we've created actually from here. And if I just leave this be and start playing this all the way, you can see that pretty much everything crumbles, everything is breaking down. But there is one problem that we have here. If I just stop this animation, you can see that now everything starts to crumble, but our actual glass from here is not crumbling the way we want it. So pretty much it stays up, and we want to have the gravity now at this frames. So at this frame, when this pyramid actually hits, is where we want to start having the gravity for our model. And this is a really easy fix. So I'll just make sure that I just create something more here. So this is all good, but now that I'm thinking, I would just go for maybe more of these. So I'll just go back to the frame 1, and I'll just duplicate this pyramid to also go from the top. So we'll have just 2 of these traveling. Now let me see, I don't think this one has the nucleus, so I'll just go for the nCloth, and I'll just go for passive collider again. So we'll have now 2 passive colliders, and I will make sure that this is the frame 30. Okay, so at the frame 1 this starts. Sorry, that was wrong. Let me just see if I can. Okay, so the first frame, and at the frame 30 I'll make sure that this flies through exactly here. Save, something like that. So this will be pretty good. Now we're having 2 obstacles that will go for this glass, and the way that we can fix this whole problem with the gravity would be just to animate the gravity itself. So as you can see at an nCloth nucleus 1, the gravity is set to 0, and that's all good for the initial or the first frame that we have. So we can now go for the gravity, and we can set key over here. The most important part is to find now where exactly is the hit point of these 2 pieces. So obviously this piece from the top will hit first, so that's what we are looking for here. This was the frame 15 actually that made everything happen. So if I just go for starting point frame 15, you can see that frame 15 is where actually the collapse will start. And now what we can do is just go for the frame 15 and set the gravity again at 0. So set gravity again at 0, and then at the frame 16 here, for instance, we can even go for a 17 maybe. Let's go for a 70 actually, just to try it. And for the 70, what we want to do, I think I did set key. For the 70, we can just bring back the old gravity. So I can just place back this 9.8 that it was, and I can just go for the set key. And if we play this now, this whole animation, we'll see now that from the frame 1 we do not actually have any gravity, and now when it hits the frame 15, 17, it actually starts. So the whole animation starts. Now only problem we have is just the speed of this second part over here. Since this looks pretty good now, everything starts to crumble pretty well, but we have still one problem, and that's the speed of the first the speed of the sorry, I don't know what's happening. So the speed of the first actual obstacle. So that's the only thing we can fix. But in my case, I don't really want to actually use this animation for the batch rendering or anything. I just really want this to be rendered out as it is. So I'll just go for finding the right frame that I want, and this would be pretty much it. And now I'll just make sure that I have the lights, and this is it. I will just now use this to render out with metal array. Pretty simple. So let's just create the lights. So I would go probably for let's see, I would probably go for the area light. I would probably use the area lights, and I would place them about, make sure that this is turned on the right side. This is the X, so the X is good, but here we have to place it like that. This has to go on 0, and this has to go on side a little bit. Now I'll just copy this light a few times. So about here. We can even have from the back. So I'll now just go for rotating it. This will be the first one. Let me just see if I can turn this one out a little bit. I don't think this one should be turned at all. Just like that. And now I'll just turn this one too. Something like that. So we're now having the lights set up, and now the only thing that I will do is just go for the vertices. I'll just take these ones and push them out a little bit just so I can actually see this whole plane the way I want it. Let me see where the colliders are. So it's there. This is looking pretty good, but there is only one thing that I want to change. So I want to change and make sure that I don't have the shadows actually from all these lights. So I'm now just going to show you what actually is the final result. As soon as I hit these ones and go for the shadows and do not use any shadows. So I think now that neither one of these, it is okay. So I'll just now manually turn that off. This one is pretty good. And that's pretty much it. Now what we can do is just go for the rendering. I'll just go out of this whole piece here. And now if I just render this out, we should have pretty good result. So let's see. I'll just go for the metal array. I can show you also what I will place and how things will be placed at the metal array. So I'll just place this as the 720. And go for the quality, and pretty much quality is what I usually change when it comes to the metal array, but pretty simple. I change it about like this, so something about to be at 1 point something. That's what I usually do, and that's pretty much it. Close. Let's try to render this out just the first time, just to actually see what's happening, and then I'll add the HDR map and show you guys the final render at the end. Okay. believe it will actually take some time. Yeah, here it is actually. Yeah, here it is. So as you can see already, there is the breaking glass. The pieces are scattered all over the place. So that's pretty much what we wanted. So this is what you can use for any type of your animation that you want. And I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next session. Hello everyone, so in this session what I wanted to show you would be the scene walkthrough animation. So this is animation based on the curves and the camera. It's really simple but really useful animation, and I thought it would be cool to show you just guys how you can do it. We'll start off with this pretty much practice scene. So this scene will be just to show you what actually all you can do with the curve and the whole motion, and then I'll open one of my projects to just show you what I would do, for instance, in that one particular project. So let's start immediately. So the first thing you want to do in order to create this scene walkthrough would be to go for curves, for the curve tool, and for creating a CV curve tool. So this is the first thing, and now what we want to go is immediately go at the top. And basically from here what we want to do is start off creating that curve. Now there's a lot of different obstacles that I've created here, just so I can show you the different variations that you can create with this simple motion. So we'll start from here, from this section. I'll start creating this nice curve over here. We'll go inside this path here between these two cube rows, and we'll go over here. Now this is the important part. What we want to do from here is start actually going inside of here. Now we have a little bit of a problem with this, since as you can see now creating this curve creates it actually at the grid, so we'll have to move everything a little bit higher, but for now we can work with this too. So I'll just go back for my side view, and I'll just start creating it going inside and out like this. So now as you can see pretty much it follows this line pretty well. I'll just, since I will push this a little bit higher, this whole line at the end, I'll just push it a little bit more down, and I'll start going up back right here. And now what I can do is pretty much go back for my top view, and I can start creating another circular motion around these cylinders that I've created over here. So I'll just keep pushing this all the way. We'll go a little bit out now, like you can see here. I'll add another cylinder over here actually, and then what we can do is now go the same procedure as we did for this part over here, but we will do it from the bottom to up. So from here what I can do is, now let me just see how far actually I am. Yeah, that's pretty good, but we can go a little bit lower. But as I said, we can now go a little bit lower and then go higher like this. And if we did it right, as you can see now, we are going for the bottom from here, and we are getting out from this obstacle too. And now what we can do is just create a path that will come back to the end. So pretty much I don't know what we can do. Let's see, we can go for like checking out this sphere that we created here, and then moving all the way out. Okay, this would be our path. Now as you can see, we're having a few problems here, and as I said before, since this is created at this curve is created at basically the grid level, we have the problem with that too. So what we want to do now is fix things up with this curve. So first thing I would do is either move it up and then from here fix everything,
Or in my case, what I would do is go for actually selecting the curve and going for controlled vertices. Now what will this allow you is basically to fix vertices that you want to fix, and in my case the problem with the level of the height of this whole line is mostly needed to be fixed inside this area over here. So for the rest it's not quite a problem, but only this side. So I'll just fix this part over here, push it up, and now as you can see everything is going up. It can go a little bit lower now from here, and it can go smoothly now inside this area over here. Now what I want to check out is just how well everything is formed at this point, so I'll just go for checking out from the front. So this looks pretty good, and now as you can see these ones are a little bit higher. I'll just duplicate this one piece so I can see where actually everything should go. I'll just place this over here and go for control vertices again, and as you can see this is a little bit too high, so I wanted to place it a little bit lower. What we can do is the same process we did before, so we'll just select all these vertices that we have within our line, our motion here, and we'll just use them now to create the path that we actually want. So I'll just use them all, as I can see, and now what I can do is just push them down a little bit, like this, pretty much like this. We don't want it to go really low, but something like this. This is pretty good. And now we can create this path over here a little bit better, so we can just push this line out a little bit higher, and now it goes over here. Now the problem with this we can solve with simply moving this object a little bit like this, and that's it. Now we're having our all pretty much ready, our scene, our motion pretty much ready for the camera. So what we will do next is just go for create, go for cameras and create a simple camera. And now what we want to do is actually attach this camera to this whole motion that we created with this CV curve. So this will be the path that will actually be followed by this whole camera. So what you want to do is now select the camera, go for selecting the actual curve, go for the animation bar here, and go for constraint, and go for a motion paths, and go for the attach to motion path, and click on this checkbox over here. What you can see here now, if I just go for the reset, is something like this. So this is pretty much what you will have. We want to change quite a few things over here. So first thing we want to do is change the actual time range. So we don't want to go with the time slider, we want to go from the start to the end. This will allow us to work with the start frame and the end frame. So the start frame obviously would be the number 1, and the end frame, now this is something that really depends also on the speed of this, how you want it to actually work and everything. In our case we want to create something that will simulate a walk through this scene. So what we will use is some much higher number at the end frame. We will use something like, I don't know, probably 2500, something like this. This will be pretty good for now. So you want to place the higher number over here at the end time. You don't want to create it really low, since then it will be really fast animation. Then the next thing you want to change is this front axis and up axis. Front axis is basically decided by the starting position where you have from where your camera actually goes. So in our case, if you check it out from here, we are starting from Z axis. So we want to place this on Z, and the up axis is obviously the Y, so we'll just leave it at Y. I think it's never changing, only if you actually change the whole direction of this whole animation. So if you want to create, I don't know, from the side to be actually the height, but I don't think anyone would do it. The next thing you want to do is change this inverse front. Now this is the important part. The reason for the inversing the front is basically because if we don't inverse, our camera will be stuck with the this motion path, but it will be looking from back, so it will be sort of a backwards walk, and we don't want that. We want this to be front, and that's
basically why we'll use this inverse front, just so we don't have that problem. So that's the really easy solution there. If you want to use now these options, inverse up I did not really ever use. You can use that in case, like I said before, if you want to inverse the way the actual height goes, so you can inverse that. The banking is used mostly for the objects that will have some sort of a spin around within this motion. So in case you have some sort of object like that you want to create, then you can simulate it by using the bank. You can see then you're open with the bank scale and bank limit, and you can use that to fix things up from there, but we don't really want to use that, so we just want this simple animation here. And now what you want to do is just go for the attach, and if everything is done correctly, this is what you will get. So at the end frame you will get just this number, I think it's at 2500, yeah, and you will get this camera stuck here at the first frame, and this is pretty much it. Now our whole animation is ready. If you just click it on start, you can see that actually now our whole animation is going. And now this is really important part over here. So as you can see, I've changed the number of keyframes. This is really important. At the constraint, motion paths and attach path, this end frame that you changed here does not affect the end frame over here that you have. So this is important. Once you change there, you want to change also over here. So if I place at 2500s, you can see now how my animation goes, and it will go all the way from the start to the end. If I left it on 2000, it will actually go much lower. Also, if I place it on the default, this is what we will get. So pretty much nothing. It's not the finished animation, so we want to make sure that this goes to the number of frames that we actually added inside the attach motion. So now only thing left is to actually see how this works from the perspective. So we want to go for the perspective, the balanced perspective, and go for the camera 1 that we are actually using right now. And now we can hit play, and as you can see, now my camera walks through this whole cycle without any problems. It will start going lower. This is really also useful, this controlling the actual vertices of the whole piece over here for the scenes where you have I don't know, stairs or something like that. So if you want to fix things up from there, you can just create it like this, control the vertices and just play around with that. Now I think everything is pretty good. Let me just see if it goes all the way to the end, and then we can show on the real project what you can do with this animation. So it usually is not really this high animation, at least in my case. It really depends on what you're actually creating. This is pretty good, yeah. So it really depends on what actually you want to show off in your animation. So for instance, if I would just go now for the opening the scene, if I would just go for let's even go for this goblin that we created before in the projects. I'll just go for done save now. I would create something really simple for this project, for instance. So I would want my actual camera to start from here, for instance, and just coming all the way from the side and coming over here, or maybe even actually let's just go for the front. So something like maybe coming from here and moving closer to the actual character. Something really simple and in the same way really cool. So I would just go for the create curve tool, CV curve tool, and I would just start creating the curve from, let's say, over here. It would go somewhere over here, and it will stop somewhere over here. Okay, that will be pretty much it. So this is a really simple path that we've created. We can now go for creating the camera, cameras, camera, and we can select the camera and my curve that I've created. Also, before starting that, sorry, make sure that your curve is now not at the grid line. So you want to just push this up at the certain point where you want it. Let me just check this out. Okay, I'll just push it around somewhere over here. Could be pretty good. Yeah,
That's pretty good. I'll just go now for finding the camera. Okay, it's over here, and I'll just take my CV curve, go for constrain, go for motion paths, and go for the attach. And let's see, now I don't want this to be really fast, so I'll just keep probably this end frame for now like this. Now note, if you're doing this, you will have to change, tweak a little bit, few times before you find the real position that you want. We will leave in our case the Z and Y at the way it is, inverse, attach, and pretty much everything is attached. Now what I can go is just for perspective and just go for camera 1 and just play it from here now to see what we are getting. And also, because of my animation now is set on 120, we want to change that too. And since my curve is pretty short, you can see now that this animation is really slow. So this is a thing that I've told you before about tweaking things up. So since our curve is pretty slow, pretty short, what we want to do is now go for a constraint again, go for a motion path, and create this to actually be faster. So in the order to create it a faster, attach motion path, I'll just play it on maybe 400 now, and try it like that, and go for attach again, and let's play it. So now you can see that actually the speed is much higher than what it was, but it's not quite there yet. I could probably just go for 250 and it would be perfect. So I'll just go again for motion path, constrain, and just go for 250 and just go for the attach. And if I just play it, if I just play it now, this is now a lot faster and a lot better. And I make sure that I have 250 frames over here. And now I go for panels, perspective, and just go for a camera 1. And if I play it now, you can see that my camera actually now follows this path perfectly, and we are there where we wanted it. Now this is really just a checkup on how things could work, nothing really much. So as you can see here at this frame, I could probably move it a little bit more on the side or something like that, but that's pretty much it. And that's how you create the actual scene walkthrough. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys in the next session.